Hello, again. Where is the food finally? I was outside.
Should be over there. Right, okay.
Un, deux, trois. Et là, ça marche mieux. Allô, allô. Allô, allô, allô. Allô, allô, allô. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Ouais, mais si après on l'entend.
C'est en fonction du son en fait. On a la même ici.
Un, deux, un, deux. Un, deux. Un, deux. Un, deux.
Ouais, merci beaucoup. En fait, je suis arrivé ce matin.
So where do you live? You say
I'm actually leaving. When do I leave?
But I guess it's also
Saturday.
I can see now it being a good niche solution.
If you're good at smoking.
We will be resuming when I can get enough people in. So literally 1 or 2 minutes. We're live streaming and everything's set up. I'm just going to play this video. Then we're going to move to a Zoom session, and then from there we have Aaron's video and AI. I'll squeeze that 5 minutes short. I'm going to hopefully cut Guillaume 10 minutes short, so that I can squeeze Amid into a 15-minute gap. Because the problem he's got is his wife is, he's looking after his 3-year-old at the moment. His wife is trapped in an alley because there's protests going on. So.
I want to ask you, are you still in touch with Louis?
Lewis basically is just focusing on his family. So he's gone radio silent.
Okay, yeah, I completely lost contact with him, so I was wondering how he was.
He's good. I mean, he's given up smoking, so he's feeling a lot healthier, you know. But yeah, I think once he closed down Days and with all the shit that went on with Rob Curver, he was just like, okay, I'm done dealing with crap and idiots. Yeah. You know, because it doesn't need to work, but you know, and if there's not going to be a significant upside, then the effort he can put into all the stuff he's got going on with his family, you know, is extended. You know, I fully understand why he was doing that. All right, so I'll get this going in a minute. It's always like trying to juggle everything, and then you go, because there are so many people that are ill. It's like, the numbers are close to pandemic level.
Yes.
Oh yeah. In the US, given all the people that have flu, COVID, RSV, I mean, you look at the combined graph, and it's getting close to when they started reporting COVID was pandemic.
I just went to Italy recently.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, just before I came out, I got my COVID booster. Includes the latest variants.
Hilaria's mother got it recently. Actually, she's like being protective, and even then it's like because she has quarantine, and she was crazy because I'm protection. I'm protecting myself. I'm conscious, and she looks around and nobody else.
No, I know. Yeah. But like my son caught it. We don't know. I mostly caught it in school. I mean, I didn't. He came home. He tested positive, but you know he fought it because he's had it several times already, and he's got the booster. So for him,
It's not the same.
no, and it'll just come down like the common cold. Okay. So everybody's getting rid of coffee.
There's a Wi-Fi network you can use?
Yes.
It's working, that's all I care about. Okay. Up the ampage on this. There wasn't enough. Oh, there you go. Okay, we're moving on, and as always, it's a dynamic situation. So this is a pre-recorded video that Thomas did last night. He's been quite ill. One of the viruses that are doing the rounds at the moment. I subscribe to, it's a Substack, I think it's like your neighborhood epidemiologist, and with all the COVID and RSV and flu, we are sort of in the territory of another pandemic. It's split across a number of different viruses. So that's why it doesn't officially get colds, but the numbers are. And we're seeing it with people like you saw with Tim catching COVID and having a big box of tissues. But we got a video we're going to watch from Thomas about all the really cool stuff he's been doing with VCon. It's interesting. You're going to enjoy it. We'll then have the Bill and Johnny show. So this is going to be focusing on all the economics around messaging. So this is quite a complex and interesting area. I know, Kareem, you had fun with Johnny on the TADSummit podcast. So he's a character. Bill has been through hell. As being the CFO for Caldera, or I should say, both mobile, then became the TCR. But again, all the stuff he suffered, I made sure that the industry knows what's been going on. So if you haven't read on the TADSummit weblog or on my weblog, you'll see, it's actually on my weblog, there's major Bill Peters versus Caldera complaint. That will certainly open your eyes on the underbelly of some of the telecoms companies. We'll then have, so that's the Bill and Johnny show. Then we'll move on to the video and AI section. Now, after that, things are going to get a little dynamic. Amit wasn't able to do his keynote this morning. He's been looking after his 3-year-old because his wife is stuck in traffic in Annan, but Annan currently has a police lockdown because of all the protests that are going on there. She may get home, she may not. We'll see. But if she does, then I'm going to squeeze them in between the video and AI and then the UFTI presentation around identity authentication. Okay, just so you get a feel for the dynamic nature we're in. So without further ado, I'm just going to start playing Thomas's video, okay? And if you don't have his contact details, just let me know and I'll provide an introduction, all right?
CTO of Strawlid, and today I'll be talking about beacons. If you haven't heard of that before, we'll talk about that today. I'll be talking about their place in the AI pipeline, but mostly we'll be talking about exactly how we at Strawlid have been using beacons and AI for our business for the last 10 months. I apologize for not being there in person. We are getting our floors waxed today, and it's quite a job. So if I miss some of you today, my deep apologies. I hope you understand. So today I want to talk about Strawlid and beacons, and I'm going to just introduce this so you understand what we're doing, where we're coming from. So if we haven't met before, my name is Thomas, and I'm a communications developer. It's been my profession and career and passion. I really enjoyed my life being in the tech and communications market. About 2.5 years ago, I moved over to be the CTO of Strawlid, which has nothing to do with technology. At least it didn't, now it does. And Strawlid is a small, privately held company in the automotive space. And our jobs are to answer inbound leads from customers who are interested in buying a car. We work for what's called franchised car dealerships in North America. Dealerships are owned by individuals, not by the manufacturer, and we service all of them. We are a little bit north of Boston, so think about all those great Boston accents. And Strawlid has the opportunity to speak with over 150,000 customers every month to help them in their car buying experience. So as I came to Strawlid, we understood that the most important thing that we had at Strawlid were the conversations. But one of the things that we found out pretty quickly was there's no conversational standard. I would say conversations were important, but I couldn't use them in a data pipeline. I couldn't use them as a piece of data like I would use anything else. So we proposed the standard called beacons, and it's like a PDF for conversations. It enables the secure sharing of recorded interactions with disparate AI systems. Now, if you've been a fan of TADSummit, you know that we came to the market about 2 years ago with TADSummit with this idea. We've written a white paper for it, and I really appreciate the support of all the people involved in the TAD community. We couldn't have done it without you. And because of your support, we have been able to bring the beacon idea to the IATF, where we have been assigned a working group, and we're currently working on our charter. If you want to be involved in the standards process, or if you want to get to meet some really excellent, really great people, you're allowed to come to the IATF. We'd love to see you. We'll be in Prague in November, and I will be there because I think the floors will be done by then. Now, before we go on to what we do with beacons, I want to tell you about the problem we had at Strawlid so you understand the context of what we're doing here. So Strawlid, as I said, was an inbound contact center for sales in the automotive space. And the really hard problem is that every last piece of our business is remote. Now, before the pandemic, our staff was in the same place, but since then, they aren't in the same place either. We take care of customers in a couple hundred car stores all across North America. We log into their systems from wherever we are as agents, and our agents span many time zones, not only in North America, but also in Europe. So that is the biggest problem, that our staff is everywhere. We don't even use the same equipment. It's a very difficult problem to see what's happening. It's a visibility problem. And so beacons for us became a really important way for us to be able to visualize and understand what's happening with the 200 businesses that we support, not including ours. So now we have a little bit of a different approach to AI than what you might see in typical conversational AI. So I want to explain that for a minute. So as you may be familiar with conversational AI, chatbots, virtual assistants, the next generation of IVRs, I guess, what they're working on, which is a great thing to work on, is focusing in on making the in-call experience better. So automating customer interactions through chat or voice or someday video, I'm sure, or to reduce expenses by taking the front end of a conversation and automating it before you actually hit a person. This in-call conversational AI, the whispering in the ear, is not what we're working on. There are all kinds of great companies working on that stuff, and God bless you. What we're doing is actually orthogonal to it, and we're working on after the fact. So what we're trying to do at Strawled, and what we do with Beacons, is we focus in on capturing the conversations after they occur, and then using them to gain insight and to basically beat the robots. So Beacons are generally thought of as after the fact, after the thing is done. A couple of ways I've heard Beacons explained are PDF for conversations. That's a nice one. Eric Lagerway likes the CDR for AI, very telco. That's nice too. And of course, my favorite is the robot food. It was designed to take a human conversation, to give it to automations and AI, and to be able to do it safely. And we'll talk about what that means in a minute. But that's what we mean by how we're approaching AI and how Beacons are just a little bit different. So one of the things that we've come to really believe, and I believe it in my heart, is that the conversations between your customers and your agents is a prime spot to observe the entirety of the business. And that's true because the agent and the customer are each displaying both sides of the coin. The customer is a great way to discover how they view your business, and the agent's a great way to understand what the customer wants. That dialogue in the middle and everything it contains really is an interesting and beautiful place to see what's happening in your business in a way you couldn't. And that's one of the reasons we think of this as being almost like an AI sort of, an X-ray kind of thing. It allows us to see into the black box. It allows us to understand what's happening inside stuff we couldn't normally see. So I just gave a couple examples here from conversations that we've seen at Straw, and I'll show you how we did this. All of what you're going to see here was built using the Beacon standard and an AI framework I'm going to tell you about in a second. Both open standards and both free for your use. And so here's a couple of examples that we've seen. So here's a conversation that happened this morning. Apparently there's an angry customer who mentions contacting the police and media and threatens to visit the dealership. First of all, I'm a car guy. Please visit the dealership. We can work it out. You're a sale. Please come in. And this is the kind of typical conversation we thought we would see when we started looking for the conversation and trying to understand the insides of the business. And we're right. We see this, but we don't only see this. We see other things too. So for instance, here's a conversation with Mark. And Mark is telling us a lot about himself. He's happy with his car. It's got low mileage. He has no intentions, right? But he said that when I'm ready, I'm coming to you. Now, this isn't a sale, but this is a relationship. And this is Mark saying, this is what I feel about you. I like you. I like where I'm at, and don't worry, I'll come back to you. Now, so just like every other business, the car store works on customer loyalty and the reduction of churn. Here's something that we can see inside of the business that we couldn't see before: a happy, loyal customer. So that's kind of interesting, actually. Other things we can see. So here's a customer who's claiming that their salesperson is lying to them. So I don't know if you understand the state of the car market here in North America, but inventory is out of control. It's really hard to get the right car, and when we advertise a car, very often it's gone by the time someone else is there. this is not a lying salesperson. He actually thought the car was going to be there. What does this mean to us? It means that we do not have a good link between what we're advertising and what we have on the lot. This is an uncovered problem that we wouldn't have seen unless we saw, hey, what's going on here? Why is this person so angry? Well, it's because he's thinking there's a car is going to be there and a car is not going to be there. One of the most interesting things about beacons and robot food is the surprises you have about the things you see. And they happen every day and they are evergreen. So finally, here's another thing that we didn't expect to see in the conversations, but we do. So here's an example of a technical failure. So I've got an agent who is talking about buying a car from Avis, one of our customers. We love them. But the problem is they've got background noise and they've got call dropping for that call. Well, you know what? This actually ended up in us going back to the agent and finding out why we had bad quality on our side. It doesn't happen all the time, but without things like this, we couldn't see it. These are examples of just being able to see operationally what's happening in the company and using beacons and the customer conversations to surface them. So everything I've shown you so far is real. We've been working on this for about 2 years. We've been running the conserver in production since January. I want to show you how we do it. So to give you some ideas of how you could do it, and again, all open source, all open for your work. So we're going to talk about 3 things. The first thing is, what is the conserver? So the conserver, easily understood, is an AI framework that takes conversations from external systems and then prepares them for consumption, either through redaction or transcription or whatever needs to be done, and then pushes them out on the other side as open and standard data sources. So you can use the exact same data tools you use today, but now use them on human conversations. And then we're going to take a bit of a deep dive into the conserver internals. It's a technical conference where I don't want to rat hole too much, but this is great stuff. I really enjoyed this. This is one of my favorite designs I've had a chance to be a part of. The conserver itself is built on 2 fundamental technologies, Redis and Fast API. And what it does is it allows you to take that framework and that platform that's horizontally scalable and vertically scalable to manage the AI that you need to do for your customer conversations. And then we'll talk about the actual tech stack that we use. What are the tools that we use and how do we create the screens that you've seen? I want to get into that. So let's talk about the conserver, this AI framework for conversations. So this 3-step model is usually called an ETL pipeline. It's an extract, transform, and load. And on the very left-hand side here, you'll see that we connect through either APIs where they push information into us from phone systems, video, messaging, anything which contains a human interaction. And what we do at Strawlet is we have 5 different systems, and most companies have lots of different systems. And we connect to each one, extracting the conversations out from each, and we bring it into the conserver and we protect it. That was the extract side. The middle side, the transformation side, transforms that conversation into usable data by us in the business. So it might mean redaction, it always means transcription, sometimes we do sentiment, and very often we attach other data to the conversation so we know what the conversation was about. Just as a for instance, we're a car company, we almost always put the lead in with the conversation. Why? Because the lead itself tells us a lot about what people are talking about. So the lead is a part of the beacon, and this is where we add the lead to the beacon. The next step, the final step, are the load step, where we save these conversations, we push them out into existing data sources and pipelines. So we'll show you some examples of Slack, of Snowflake, of machine learning, and cloud sharing. I will show you all 3 of them, all 4 of them. And so this allows the data that we get to be great robot food so other systems can use it appropriately. The beginning and end of the conserver and the beacon is to grab conversations, keep them safe, serve them up, and delete them to be compliant to GDPR and customer data protections. In addition, it's a great platform to support data minimization, for handling data that goes across security boundaries, etc. So this big thing here is the conserver. Now, I want to talk just for a second, this is probably the more technical of the pieces, about the internals of the conserver. And so the internals of the conserver are really based upon this idea of a chain and a link. So here, let me just go into that for a second. So as I said before, the conserver itself actually has two major pieces of technology that we put together. The first piece of it is the Fast API, which is a Python framework that allows us to provide an API, which we have, to coordinate the operations of the conserver, to support plugins, to support customization. And it's in Python, which is the dominant AI machine learning language. And that provides us one part of our stack. Another part is Redis. And so this is one of the things I had talked about before, but I want to really emphasize here, is this is meant for any human conversation. And we're really trying to make this available for any scale, small to large. So at the very large ends of the scale issue are high-speed video and high-speed video redaction, which is a very difficult problem. Can you just imagine what it would be for Zoom, for instance, to be able to provide that? Is a lot of work. So Redis allows us kind of a magic thing in terms of data pipelining. It allows us to not only stack and rack servers, but to be able to keep the data in place so that we can bring the software into the data, work on it there without having to copy every time through. It allows us to manage that a lot better. So a chain is a series of links, and a link is a transformation of a vcon. So you'll see here I have 4 links. Here, one's called transcription, one's called analyze, one's called storage, and there's a webhook. Now, each one of these links is this group of links, they can all be configured separately, is a chain. And the conserver can support many chains. So if you were to process an inbound vcon using the conserver, maybe we extracted it from FreeSwitch or Twilio, the way it would work deep in the technology is that vcon would be loaded up into Redis, and the vcon ID would be put into a Redis list. And that Redis list is
They don't want to let
durable
me run
list
for
of
40 minutes, but then they
messages
can't find
that can
me.
be drained by a chain or multiple chains. Now, those multiple chains are really important because that allows us to have horizontal scaling. You can have one Redis instance for 20 servers, all going off the same chain. So that if you want to horizontally scale your platform, it's Redis that allows you to do that, and Redis allows you to do that by having the list be the input for every chain. Now, as it comes into the chain, it goes through a series of links. And the first one here we have is called a transcription link. A couple things to say about that. So the first thing I want to say about that is this transcription link that we're talking about here is one that accepts a vcon ID and then calls deepgram to transcribe that conversation. We've had implementations with a number of vendors, including OpenAI and Whisper, and deepgram is a great partner for us. We want to really thank them for all the help and support. And but this allows you, as an AI engineer, to pick the transcription engine you'd like to work with, either internally or externally, and to be able to swap them out without being locked into a vendor. The other thing I want to say about this really quickly is this is a great example of how we support vertical scale using the conserver. By using a GPU in the backplane that's hosting the Redis, we're also able to put custom hardware to apply to the processing itself for video processing. So how we would stack a video processing center would be, we would have racks of cards, each being off the same Redis list, each card being running on a GPU, just like we would see here in deepgram. Same story with the next link down the chain, analyze. In this case, we would be using an analyzation chain that would take the transcription, ask a question of it. Is a customer angry, or is they're mentioning a particular model of car. We can make those calls using the LLM of your choice. We're using OpenAI, but you could use whatever API you'd like to use, or maybe one that's local to you. Now, these two links that I'm pointing at in the middle here, all work on the same Redis key, and that same Redis key is the ID that was being pushed down the chain. And that makes it very loosely coupled as each link works down the chain and reduces and allows you to manage the amount of information and data that you have to flow in and out between your algorithms. The next link is a storage link. So what we do is when we see that beacon coming down, get this all prepared now, we can push it out to 6 different data sources, into an S3 file, to Postgres, to Mongo, and that's automatically done. And then finally, there's a webhook link that can push it out to another conserver for another chain of processing. Maybe it's another part of the network, or maybe I'm in Japan and I'm pushing this to America. And these are the 4 links that make up these chains. We have about 10 or 11 that we've defined for the conserver. You can define your own. Very simple API to use. And at the end, the beacon ID is pushed out to the end of the Redis list to be consumed again. One quick editorial note. Each link can stop the processing just simply by not pushing the ID to the next thing down the line, allowing you to have links that also filter and reduce the beacons that move from left to right. Okay, so how do we do it? So let's talk about that for a quick second. So the first thing I want to just mention, because we've talked about this at TADHack, but I'm sure this will be new to a few of you. This is the beacon standard, the PDF for conversations, and it has 4 parts. The parties that are in the call, the dialogues, the exact recordings of what happened, a running list of the analyses that was done on the dialogues, and a place to put attachments, which are the factual, contextual information that informs the conversation itself. By putting all these 4 things together and putting them into a tamper-proof, signed, and encryptable JSON, we solve several problems in the AI conversation chain. We solve the spoofing problem because we have captured the authority of what we're saying made the recordings. So instead of just having it a WAV file, which could have been made by anybody, we are capturing the fact that this recording was made with these parties and was then, and after it was made, we can ensure the integrity. The parties itself can tell you not only who was in it, but who said who was in it. So if we're on a Zoom call, it might say Thomas was on it, but Zoom is the authority that said it really was Thomas. The analysis allows us to track which analyses was used by which pieces of AI, solving a really important problem, which is who's got my stuff? Which pieces of the technology infrastructure see my personal details so I know where it went. It's an important piece. So this is the enabling technology, so I won't spend much more time on that one. But I want to talk about how we've used this in our tech stack as Strawley, how we've been able to put together what you've seen. So here is actually our real tech stack. Here's how we run it. So if you start from the left-hand side here, you'll see here that this is the, we connect to the communication systems at Strawley. And as I said before, we've got 5. Almost all companies have 5. The only companies that don't have 5 are too small. The person in the company, or maybe they're a Genesis customer, but even Genesis customers have many places to go. So we connect to all of our systems using their APIs to withdraw it, or we have systems that push beacons in. Now, as they come into the conserver, that's the place where we are doing chains, and some of our chains push up into Slack, and that's where you saw the Slack information. And some of our chains push up into Elasticsearch. And that allows us to take the conversations that we see as we come through and search. So whatever someone mentioned, whatever time for the last 10 months of Strawley, I can type in, Dalmatian dog, And if someone talked about Dalmatian, that call will come up. The conserver itself then pushes down into two different storage units. The S3 bucket, and that S3 bucket is our long-term storage. We keep that for archival reasons. We also push it into a Postgres instance, and that is our operational instance. We use a follower for good network practice, but that Postgres instance is what we drive two of our major tools from. One tool is called Hex. Hex is an online worksheet that allows you to quickly make reports using Python and SQL, and so all of our real-time reporting for operational efficiency, etc., is done in Hex. And we also push it out into our own infrastructure so we can have a call log. So sometimes you've seen communication systems with call logs. Starlet has a call log, not just for the communication system, but for everybody. And that's done by aggregating all the communication we see on the left. This Postgres follower is also the source for our long-term reporting, which we push out into Snowflake. And Snowflake is our data warehouse. And then from there, we push it. That's how we push the information into our dealers' infrastructure, or we allow them to access it through a dealer portal that's written in plain JavaScript for a Svelte house, or for their own analytics purposes by using tools like Tableau. For people in the enterprise, for people who are trying to understand data pipelines, this is pretty standard stuff, but now it contains the customer conversation. So, a couple more things before we go. So, I talked about Hex. Here's a great example of a Hex sheet that we use all the time. A Hex sheet takes, at this point, about 30 minutes for us to do. And we give it a vcon, and we design this page here. And one of the important things about Hex is it allows us to democratize the data. I want to point out one thing here. This particular conversation that we're talking about, you look on the right here, you see an LLM worksheet and a download link. So the download link allows you to download the vcon locally, and I'll show you that in a second. And the next link, the LLM worksheet, is another Hex sheet, but allows us to take that conversation and give it to a chat bot or an LLM like ChatGPT directly, so that we can use this conversation and ask direct questions of it. So that looks just like this. So one of the most important things that we've seen here at Strahl is that in what we're seeing is in the world of AI and conversations, at least, if not everything, that there are really a lot of smart bots on the top, and there's data on the bottom and nothing in the middle. I mean, not much. And here's an example of what I mean. This is a vcon, nothing special about the vcon, just a conversation. And I used Claude, which has not been trained on vcons whatsoever. There's no pre-training whatsoever. And what you can do with a vcon is give it to Claude and say, please write an apology letter based on this conversation. And you can see it did a great job. Why? It has all the information it needs. It knows what I was shopping for. It knows my name. It knows the sentiment analysis. It has the transcript. Everything the bot needs to do a great experience, it's right here. And what was it? And so there was the bot, and there was the data, and nothing else. So I think that's going to be a real important thing to keep an eye on as we go forward as an industry about how much is missing from the middle. I think a lot is going to be missing. And it's going to be a data game on the bottom and a bot game on the top. So thank you for being with me today. I wish I could have come in today, but if you're around, we're having lunch in the back 40. Please visit. If you want more information about the vcons of the conserver, including the complete source code for everything you see here, including the conserver, please visit us at vcon.dev. I'm so thankful for you to be part of TADSummit, and it's very dear to me and a lot of us here. And so you're hanging with the right people if that's the kind of thing you want to be looking at. And if you want to get involved in the standards process, I really encourage you to support us here at the IETF. Standards are important. The internet is important, and the people are important. The internet doesn't run by itself. and there's a lot of good work still to be done. So if you're interested, I would love to see, you know, your support and your involvement. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Thomas. So as I said, Thomas was ill, but he managed to get back to us. As you can see, VCon's come on a lot in the last year. There's a lot of work taking place in the ITF, and as you would imagine, there are a lot of large corporations trying to impose their view of the world on what's happening in standards. That's why Thomas is asking all the small guys, if you're you know, in or around the coast abroad, get in, get involved, and have the small medium providers get their views known. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fire up the Zoom, because we have the Bill and Johnny show. I'm just going to twist this round so they can see that there's real people here. Wrapped up here. Just get this plugged in.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, how's it going, Bill?
Hey, good. How you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. All right, there you go. You can see there's real people here. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not just me.
You're right.
Okay, so we're just waiting for Johnny to connect.
Okay. He should be along in a minute. I think he had kid duty this morning.
There's always an email or a message that arrives. Let me just move this. No, that wasn't Johnny. That was the wife. Right. Well, while we wait, which surprises me, we haven't seen him yet.
Sure.
Let me give a little bit of an introduction. So as I mentioned, oh, let me get that. Okay. Hello. Just took a minute to wake up. So hopefully Johnny will join us soon. If you follow my weblog, you'll have seen the work I've been doing around the mess. There's the TCR, the messaging monopolies, and some of the really nasty stuff that's been going on in the US business around A2P messaging. Now, Bill is one of the brave souls who stood up to the corporate lawyers that seem to get thrown at people trying to do their jobs in the US market. So what I would ask is please a round of applause for Bill for all the hell he's been put through for the last couple of years.
Somebody had to do it.
Yes, but most people don't. That's the problem. I mean, Bill's story was shared with a lot of the book clubs that claim to represent the industry and just hoped it would go away. And if you read the complaint, you'll see election interference, framing. It was just, I mean, when I learn, and I don't even know the whole story, all I know is what's in the complaint. You go, no, that's not possible. But it's there, it's public. Bill goes to prison if that's not true, just so we're clear. And he's the CFO. He collects data. His job is making everything traceable. So Bill was the founder, CFO for Infomatch, that then got bought by Mobile 365, then ended up, I think, in,
Sybase,
yeah.
then SAP, and now it's in Cinch.
That's right, there you go. And we have a Cinch.
Yeah.
There you go, Stuart, there. So part of Bill's work is with your corporation now. And then he was the CFO founder, or co-founder for the campaign registry, which of course was within Caldera. So lots of experience, really, as the CFO, understands the costs. And that, for all of us, even though we want to focus on the technology, because that's the fun bit, getting shit working, unfortunately it's the costs that really are critical to understanding whether we make money or not. In fact, look at the open source presentations with Dave, with Jambones, with Bogdan, with SitLab. Yes, there's all the amazing software they've built, but they were focusing on how do I get revenue, what's the operations around earning revenue from the platform. Oh, there you go.
There we go. Wait, John's coming.
Yeah, let me just change the view. Oh, I'll go on speaker. Johnny, can you hear us?
I hear you guys.
Cool, there you go. So I'm going to do it as a gallery so that you can see. There you go. So what I'm going to do is kick off with actually picking on you, Bill.
Okay.
So it's one of my gripes. When I'm trying to work out the costs for all these aggregators, what is the cost of an SMS? Maybe you can share some of the complexities in such a simple question.
Well, I think part of it, like all of our contracts are sent pretty much without pricing because the pricing changes day by day. So you have to have pretty sophisticated systems that monitor especially on the global exchange, you know, how the foreign exchange rates are changing, monitoring the price changes from the vendors, and you have to have your system be reactive. So that's kind of the most difficult part of it. And I think, you know, in the long term, the aggregators get down around the 10 to 15% margin. So, you know, when they want to start looking more like a software company and having the higher margins to show that they're like a growth company, they start doing things like moving operation costs below the line, and just to make the gross margin look better. And then they end up having extra sales and marketing costs, things like that. But I mean, that's essentially how it works. And now, with all of the 10 DLC changes in the US, especially, now you've got like mini short code fees on all of it with all the campaign charges. You know, where on short code you had $500 or $1,000 charge, now you just got a $10 charge, but you have a lot more numbers. And you also have the surcharges that the operators pass through, so that jacks up the cost. And I think, you know, one of the biggest problems that the industry is seeing right now is that things that weren't traditionally considered A2P are now being considered A2P. So, you know, if you have the UCAS systems that are business to business SMS, they're trying to call that A2P and jack up the cost. So it's making some of the products uncompetitive. And yeah, that I would say that's one of the things that bothers me, because I was in the very beginning of the industry in the US, and we were told, I don't know, at least a half a dozen times that SMS was dead. First it was AOL, the messenger was going to kill it, and then WAP was going to kill it, and you know, all the different iterations. And now I think they're trying to say that you know, apps like WhatsApp are going to take over, and that's impossible if, you know, if they destroy the A2P market with all these heavy surcharges and fees. But I think the industry will react and put the brakes on it a little bit and go back. I think SMS will survive to fight another day. So I mean, that's the basics of it. As far as the sophisticated financial reporting and stuff, that's a whole seminar, and I need a big whiteboard.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and we were actually discussing that very point around SMS and WhatsApp in the Middle East market, because it is structurally very different. Here in North America, they moved very quickly to basically SMS was all you could eat. It was just bundled, you know, in your phone plan. While, you know, I'm talking 10 years ago now. Well, plus, time flies. While in some markets they were still charging per SMS. So WhatsApp came along, and all of a sudden those per SMS fees disappeared, and that caused a wholesale shift in the market, and which remains today. So again, markets are very different, but yeah, that was a very interesting topic of discussion this morning with the Uniphonic presentation. So Johnny, I'm going to pick on you next. So you were the CEO for Iris Wireless. Now,
Yeah.
what was some of the things that you learned during your time at Iris?
First, I want to thank everybody there. for supporting Alan, TADSummit, known Alan for a few months. He put together a bunch of stuff on about Bill's story and about unraveling the actual scam in the U.S., which I think is what I learned. The cabal, the scam, the treachery, all the way down the line. So I want to thank all you guys out there, because I think we've gotten like close to 50,000 impressions on LinkedIn with Alan and all the pieces, and that wouldn't be possible without all you guys sitting there supporting Alan, liking it, passing it on, because, you know, the MEFs, the CCA, the industry people are peaking, but they don't want to like get caught by the cabal or people. But what did I learn? Okay, so loaded question. So I want to thank you all, every one of you guys, and we're going to need your help going forward too, with a lot of other stuff we're putting out. And one other thing, if you guys ever need anything from any of us, I mean, obviously, Bill and I are part of the TAD. We have 100 years of experience. We both made and lost more money than just about anybody. Bill actually founded the first interrupt company in the world. That is now SAP. But what did I learn? Okay, so basically, it's now Cinch. Well, it was SAP, it's now Cinch, and Cinch got their hands on that. What did I learn? Well, I came from the prepaid calling card industry, voice industry. I was restructuring a bankruptcy and lent some guy some money who said he was buying a messaging company. Like, okay, and we could use it for top up, because at the time I was running distribution channels throughout the US. Got involved with the company, restructured it, crazy story, which I'll get into later on in the piece. Wiped out, you know, tens of millions of dollars of debt on the company. And then I got hit in the face by a company called Cineverse. And it's just staggering what they tried to do. So they basically, and Cinch actually was SAP then. And Virginie Debris, who's actually at Cinch now, which is a great move by Cinch, by the way. She supported me. They tried to basically terminate these auto renew agreements we had. So we had agreements between, because the industry started, it was, you know, Cineverse, Iris, and Cinch, SAP. SAP had Verizon, we had Metro PCS, and some of the rural companies, and they tried to basically terminate my auto renew agreement. So it was a pretty fairly straightforward suit that we initially started as a communications act, then it got kicked out of the antitrust, and eventually we settled. But that's when it even really started work. So that was a few years of fighting and millions of dollars in legal fees on both sides. I think Cineverse couldn't pull off an IPO at one time because of the lawsuit that we had. We had a $90 million claim, 30 million invested, treble damages. But what I learned is just the treachery. I mean, I come from the prepaid calling card industry, which is, legalized counterfeit up and down the board. That's a whole nother ball game in itself that Dave Horton could probably attest to, the insanity of that industry. But just the level of just insider game. I mean, at the times, you know, SAP and Cineverse, they were piping all the so-called A to P traffic down P to P, so they were making the money, right? Then came, you know, obviously came along Twilio. Twilio changed the game. You know, what can be sent, what can't be sent, what's an A to P, what's not an A to P, and they exploded. I think what has happened now, I'll go for a circle. So, you know, after I beat Cineverse and then restructured Tintech, then they tried to cancel Tintech's agreement, which is another $9 million in legal. But Tintech lost that one, but that'll be in a really interesting piece that I'm putting out. But I think where we're at right now is the same old game. It's the same old industry. So what happened right now? The carriers basically started the campaign registry in order to do what? In order to put their hands in Twilio in all of your pockets. So now they're charging a half a penny for registry. And it's not even registered what? There's not even numbers. So they started this thing called the campaign registry that we found out doesn't even have phone numbers in it. So we have a phone book with no phone numbers. What did they do? I don't think they were too happy with the $80 billion market cap that Twilio had at one time, where the carriers' market caps were around $100 billion. Pure greed. And now the carriers are coming in, and that half a penny will just start to climb. You will see a climb, and they'll start to grab it and keep it, and put their money in everybody's pocket. So, look, a lot of the stuff that we're screaming about here because of Bill's misfortune and him doing the right thing, we can't even get into the amount of fraud going public in the U.S. Everything that I've ever learned in life went out the window with what Calera did in the public markets and Big Capital, and these people just hire the right lawyer, you do whatever you want, which is another part of a segment I wanted to kind of run to you guys. But look, it's just you've got stewards of the industry. You've got two hubs now that sit in the middle of it. Twilio's in there now too because they bought 49%, I believe, of Cineverse. So now they're in there and they leverage that to get their own directs. Where's everybody else? You know, now Tata came in, they took over the campaign registry. At the time, Twilio was prepaying for that and had a better deal than everybody else. You got to jump start everybody. I don't know where everybody's not screaming. It's amazing to me how we're the only ones screaming. It's amazing how Alan Quayle is the only one screaming. You know, I've talked to the people at MEF. I just saw this thing on Somos. Everybody's like just quietly like, oh, okay, don't piss off AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. Why? They're all public traded companies. And on top of it, you've got a spam epidemic in the U.S., which can be solved. There are solutions for it. So I think if I'm rambling a little too much, guys, I'd rather take some Q&A instead of just talking because
Exactly.
Alan knows me and Bill knows me. If you get me talking, it'll be like Tuesday by the time I finish.
So, any questions to Johnny? I'm sure. Don't worry, you won't get negative marks for asking questions from AT&T, T-Mobile, or Verizon. As Johnny pointed out, that public companies, you're not pissing off an individual. So when it's a small, medium company that's in a powerful position, when you piss that company off, you're pissing off the CEO, you know, and then there's an individual that's coming after you. But public corporations, they're big, cuddly teddy bears. They're just, you know, disabled by their own incompetence of size. But if there isn't, I of course have a ton of questions I can ask. So, Bill, I'll pick on you as I just picked on Johnny. So, you mentioned prepayments, and they seem to give ridiculously big discounts, like 80%. How's that possible? How does a prepayment result in such massive discounts on the cost of traffic?
One is kind of an underestimation of the actual volumes, and so what they do is they say for unlimited volume that they would get this much access, and so that's kind of how they would do it. I saw it more on, they mentioned Twilio with the campaign fees being prepaid. There was some part of that was unlimited volume. So the more they use, the bigger the discount got. And I Johnny, you could probably address the prepaid on the international SMS a little better.
Well, yeah, they're basically, a lot of gateway companies. Twilio will go and prepay for any deal, anywhere. So they'll give a company $20 or $30 million, let it sit in their coffers, and then basically have their money sit there and bury it in their cost of goods and put it into marketing. So Twilio could be paying anywhere, I know, at least $100 million, upwards of $200 million. That's just sitting in other people's bank accounts that they're burying in their marketing costs. And Bill, maybe you want to walk through how that works and how that affects gross margin, how that affects the overall view of the company, and how that's a whole nother smoke and mirrors. So I think bury it in their costs, in our marketing costs. Bill, you're the expert on that.
Yeah, sure. So going back to my earlier example of, a typical margin being around, gross margin being around 15%, cost of goods on international SMS, that's kind of about where the market is. If you take the cost and prepay it, then all of a sudden your gross margin is 100%, which we all know is not really true. But it's only for certain segments, so they blend it all together, and they have this one line called revenue, and then they have another line called cost of revenue, and cost of revenue is just smaller than it should be, and marketing expense is larger than it should be, and that's how they move it. And I think, like in the case of Twilio, they've been getting close to be able to get up to close to 50% margin, right, Jen?
Yeah, 45, what, they're upwards of 55 at one time. I mean, look at since margins are lower, look, you could probably get away with a 20% margin. Unless your company's like Soprano Design, they have really good margins, maybe Uniphonic, that are straight, but any aggregator is just not even possible.
And like in the case of Calera, with this year, with the carriers mandating that everyone had to register, so I'm sure the registrations and the numbers of campaigns went way up, and all of that margin, you know, on the campaign registry side is very, very high margin, because it's just a database and they collect the fee, and that gets blended with the rest of Calera's margin, which is aggregator. So you've got, you know, 95% margin or better on one item, blending with 15% margin. So that's how Calera was able to increase their numbers so much during the first and second quarters.
Yeah, I mean, they're you know, what was it? How do you, they reported a $9 million loss, but yet,
positive adjusted EBITDA, yeah.
On a $9 million loss, though, they were just trading dollars. A lot of the aggregators are just trading dollars. And that's why I think you see a lot of the market caps have come down, which is a whole nother conversation itself. But look, the industry's there, SMS is there. Did that kind of answer your question, Alan? Because obviously me and Bill were talking about this. We need to whiteboard this whole thing and kind of unravel it, and then not get killed by some of the companies out there once we explain how they're just full of shit.
Well, it was always the question I had around, you know, Twilio's gross margin versus the rest of the aggregators. So I think we've covered that one quite nicely. Now, yeah, there's so much we could cover here. I don't want to hog the questioning here, but anybody got any questions around the games that are being played around messaging, both within the US but also international? So I'll ask one that, again, it's always I find very puzzling in the messaging business, is why do the local aggregators, the in-country aggregators, seem to get such low pricing from the local carriers?
Bill?
Well, I think whoever has the direct connection with the local operator always has the best pricing.
Gotcha.
So you end up, you know, to find the final price that you're going to have to pay from whichever aggregator you're connected to, you have to count the number of hops, because everyone has to get a little slice of the pie. Gotcha. And the further you get away from the company with the direct connect, obviously, the more expensive the messages get. And we always kind of joked around and called it, you know, the aggregator market is co-opetition, because everyone's connected to every carrier on the planet somehow.
Yeah.
And it just depends on how many, so the name of the game is how many direct connections you have, because if you have the direct connection, that's going to give you the most margin overall. Yeah. You'll have the biggest slice of margin to those messages.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think that's coming back. I think Twilio's going to have a problem competing internationally without question, with the InfoPix and the Cinches and companies with connectivity, because the smoke and mirrors of, hey, we're a software company, it's not the case, just not. I mean, look at the money they're losing every quarter. You know, they're losing that on their software investments. So, but that's another conversation about how they became an $80 billion market cap company.
Well, that's Crane, and that's a great
they'll never be
publicity
profitable,
campaign.
ever.
Well, maybe their voice stuff in time. I know
Their voice stuff is very profitable, but at the end of the day, you got the carriers sticking their hands in their pocket now.
Yep.
That's a pass-through. You've got the destruction of really the reliability. I mean, how many people are even answering their phone calls in the USA?
Yeah.
That's going to happen to SMS as well.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Because you've got the idiots at the operators that don't care. You got their accountants that are looking at the amount of money they're making. Yeah, you've got good people working at the carriers that care about spam. You got all kinds of people saying, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that. You're not doing anything. We just exposed that the campaign registry of the United States has no phone numbers in it. Nobody cares. Right? Like, think about it. So It's a complete scam. They're taking money for people on vetting. People have to pay here, pay $40,000 here, pay $40 there, pay $40 there. You got companies like Walmart that can't even get approved. But yet somebody in some basement somewhere can go and get tax ID number of a company, start rotating numbers and spamming away. That's why I think it was like 78 billion spam, one per person per day in the US gets a spam tax, which could lead to phishing and all the types of fraud. And what is the industry doing? Nothing. Other than you talking about what and putting together what you did, Alan Quayle, you're the only guy in the industry with any balls whatsoever.
Well, thank you so much.
How about a hand of applause for Alan Quayle?
Oh yeah, they already did that.
Bill did TADSummit. Oh, they did? I missed it? Okay.
Yeah. No, we did for Bill. We were just occupying the time until you appeared, Johnny.
Okay.
But no, this was great. So, there you go.
Hi, it's Stuart from Cinch here. I know the guys on the Zoom can't see me, but just wanted to come back on that question about the difference in pricing between domestic and international traffic. In most markets, the majority of markets, UK, Western Europe, etc., a message is a message. The same price is paid by every single aggregator that connects directly to the operator. But there are some markets, I'm thinking particularly of Turkey and India, where they have two different price points, one domestic and one international, and they charge vastly different amounts of termination. So oftentimes it's actually driven by the carriers, the operators, rather than the aggregators themselves.
No, and that's a good point. I always a little bit suspicious on the India pricing, where I see some international aggregators that work through particular Indian companies that must be getting some very interesting pricing for their international termination. I granted prepayments, but whether it sort of goes through some magic firewall, pops out the other side and appears as domestic, even though it's international, who knows? But again, this is a complex, difficult market if you're not well entrenched and know where all the bodies are buried. Because that's, this has been going on. Well, I always point to, I remember back to the premium SMS days. Those heady days where basically you wouldn't text the number, otherwise you'd find a monthly charge that would appear. All the gaming that never worked on your particular device, or the porn that was being sold using premium SMS. And so look at all that cowboy activity sort of evolved into the A2B industry, and a lot of the characters that sort of grew up through that and that Wild West scene are now trying to be more respectable, but also trying to consolidate their sort of positions. And as I already did in the Messaging Monopolies weblog, showed all these different players within the North American market, and they're in other markets as well. I mean, net number, it's all around the world, but it's just an example of how they achieved for themselves a relatively unique position where they all are sole players. Although there's two, I'll give you that for the DCAs. DCAs are direct carrier aggregators, so they've got the direct connections for SMS. Of course, we need to break it down into what type of SMS it is, but I don't want to waste time there. So, Bill, Johnny, what are some of the points you want to leave the TADSummit audience with in terms of what you can help them with, but also what you see coming up in the next year or two in this market?
Bill, you want to take it? You want to let me speak?
Well, I think, as more information rolls out around, my case and other things that are going to come to light, I think the industry is going to have to rethink, how it's actually managing the A2P traffic, because the spam problem is just getting too big. And it's basically because, as John put it, the phone book with no numbers in it is basically a big fig leaf to cover the spam problem.
Yeah.
And that is going to have to be fixed, or ultimately it'll probably destroy the A2P market for a bit. So That's the main thing. Go ahead, Johnny.
I'm going to talk to the founders. You know, when I found out how many founders are at this event, really blown away. I think, Alan, you said 29 or 30 people are in person. So, Bill's a very successful founder. I founded some companies, but mainly had more success restructuring and taking over companies and working side by side with other companies. But look, I think you guys need to tap into the U.S. Like I said, I'm 57 years old. I've seen everything happen. And right now, it's just all bets are off. So you guys are founders. You need to find a way to tap into U.S. capital. So if I just did a list of acquisitions, right, in the industry. So Ericsson acquired Vonage, a U.S. company. Different way around. Calera went public in a shell, stock deal, by buying Hook Mobile, ended up making hundreds of millions of dollars in the U.S. market. Tata comes in, cleans it up. They go to town. They probably steal hundreds of millions. Well, would not steal. They take hundreds of millions of dollars from investors and debt and what have you. They're gone. MessageBird comes to the USA. They go to California. They raise tons of money out there, crazy valuations, and then they get away with it. Infobip comes into the USA. They buy they make strategic acquisitions. They buy Peerless. So they buy another company in the USA. They're positioned. Proximus buys Telesign. Do you see where I'm going with this? SoftBank obviously got out of Ascension, now does a deal with BTS. Smart move. So, look, the U.S. is a central part, I believe, to capital. And I believe anybody outside the U.S. needs to find a way to get their hands inside the U.S. markets, capital markets, or what have you. Because pretty basically, it's probably recorded, you can do whatever you want here. We just found that out. Like an amazing way. You can literally do whatever you want, which I don't know how it is in Europe. I don't think it's that way in Europe. They kind of have rules over where you guys are.
Well, you have rules in the US, it's just whether people follow them or not.
No, there's no rules in the U.S. There's no rules. There
Well, there are embargo rules on traffic.
There's this. It's a smoke and mirror. I mean, with Calera, they hired the former chief counsel for the SEC. I mean, if you look at Bill's complaint and all the SEC, Sarbanes-Oxley, I mean, the stuff, the embargo traffic, it's insane. It's insane. They do whatever they want. If you don't get that, and then the lawyers, they want to come in and they want to file all these different other types of lawsuits. What they're really looking to do is, and shareholders don't get any value from that. So look, I think the SEC it's just a free world. I mean, we saw what happened with crypto, right? Worldwide, and it's that's a worldwide phenomenon, I think. But I think if I'm a founder, and I'm young, or one of you guys, find a way to get capital or get into the U.S. anywhere you can. That's just my advice to all you people that supported us, and helped get the messaging out. So, and look, we want to try to help TAD in any way we can. I mean, I'd love to try to find a way to bridge, Wall Street or capital in the U.S. to some of the founders. I think it's an important organization. I've looked at all the rest of them, and depending on, you could pay any one of these organizations. I mean, look at Calera. Calera's on the board of F. They knew what they were doing over there. They knew, but you pay your fees, you pay your bag, we shut our mouth, we don't like, we don't push, nobody looks, nobody reads. So, I don't know. You got one life, it's a short life. I don't begrudge the guys at Calera for what they did. Hey, they come to America, they put a clause in there saying you can't come get us, we're in Italy, and they get away with it. So, that's my advice to people over there. Just find a way to get into the U.S., get into the capital markets, and any way Bill and I can help you guys or advise you guys. We're going to be part of the TADSummit until Alan throws us out.
No, that was excellent, Johnny. Again, Bill, Johnny, thanks so much for all your help and support this year. We'll be here to help and support you. Definitely, Johnny's connections, the people he knows. there will be a
Well, even
move.
Bill, I mean, look at Bill.
Oh yeah. But
Bill couldn't get hired in the industry. He's the best CFO in the history of the SMS industry.
Absolutely.
Some companies, and so now, the fun, I'll tell you a quick story. So Tata has this law firm called Goodwin Procter. They actually got all the stuff that Bill put together before he filed it. Do you know they represent another company? Like, they literally reached out to Bill to hire Bill because of his credibility. So, I mean, think about the insanity of that, on that. So, look, we're here for you guys, whatever. I think I'd like to hear some more feedback from founders and stuff on how we can help. What can we do better for TADSummit? I want to bring it to New York City. Nobody's giving you money in Paris at the end of the day. So let's get to New York City. Let's come on over here. Let's try to help companies go. But when you come to the USA, you have one rule. The first thing you do is you get a D&O policy. That means whatever you do, you're okay. You get a D&O policy. You can run amok. You can go home, feed your families, and God bless. Because I'm done. I'm done thinking there's any right or wrong. And this, we're living in a different world, not a world I grew up in.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I have been calling for that in terms of a code of conduct for the industry.
Code of conduct? Are you kidding? MEF. A code of, so MEF wants to do a code of conduct. Pay us sponsorship fees, and you're gonna sign a code of conduct. Are you guys kidding? Look, half these companies out there are making money off spam. Twilio. The reason why Calera tried to sell the campaign registry to Twilio, and these are the CEO's words that Soren Schaff told me, was, well, Dario thinks Twilio's losing $300 million a year in spam. Dario, he thought it actually worked. He didn't even know the campaign registry didn't work because he didn't even know where he is. He's out there running out on a yacht somewhere with all the money he ran away with. But I mean, I talked to the guys at Twilio. I know them pretty well. They're like, yeah, we buy it just to shut it down. I mean, so hopefully it wouldn't work. And where is the industry? I believe Alan pointed something out very, very, very intentionally. If the operators wanted to stop spam, they would.
Yeah.
But they're not. Why? Money.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, we did the sums.
Robocall. And robocalling work? Really?
Yeah. And there's a whole ecosystem around robocalling, making charges
that
to
brilliant
companies.
report from Numerical, that girl, Rebecca Johnson, what a spitfire she is. And she just did that whole report on Numerical. You know, I mean, guys, you ever get a chance to read that thing? Really great reporting that she uncovered. But people like others, they're like, okay, no problem.
Cool.
So people aren't answering their phones, people aren't gonna pick up their text message, Google's gonna come in, take the whole thing over.
Yeah.
And because at the end of the day, if you take the market cap of AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, it's under $400 billion, roughly. That fits in Google's shoe or Microsoft's shoe. So these antiquated telecom companies that are being run by accountants and lawyers are getting their lunch eaten. I mean, what, Google has 1 billion users now on RCS? You'll see. I predict within a couple of years, they end up making some crazy acquisitions and doing what they want because the world is upside down. The capital markets are upside down. Nobody's paying attention. So what you couldn't do 15 years ago, there's no more rules.
Yeah.
The political system in our country is broken. They're only worried about fighting each other. Nobody's worried about solving any problems or anti-competitive behavior. But they go out and sue. The FTC sues Amazon. It's just a money grab. They're just trying to grab money. Nobody's actually trying to solve anything. So all you innovative founders out there, great time for you guys. Awesome time. Find a way to get in. Find a way to get your hands on something, and anything we can help you guys with, let us know. It's probably the opposite of the image that I want to portray, but it's just the truth, and it's just me telling you guys, take advantage.
Yeah.
Feed your families. Do what you got to do. Get ahead.
There you go, and that's, you know, with 100 years of life experience, summarising it quite succinctly. So what I'd say is let's show our support to Johnny and Bill. Thank you so much, guys, and we'll keep in touch, okay?
Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Great job, guys. I'll speak to you soon.
Alan, we're gonna keep watching watching on the live stream, right?
Yeah.
When are you doing the Coolio and the Canary and the coal mine? Are you doing that? Or are you doing CPAS M&A?
Yeah.
I'm trying to go through your.
Yeah, the CBAS M&A stuff, that I put to the end. We'll see if we have time.
Yeah, how are you not having me part of that? Just not for nothing.
Well, I don't want you dominating that. I don't want you
First of all, it was
dominating.
my idea. I came up with it, and nobody can speak to it better than me. That's like I like.
Yeah. But we already heard your story. Okay, Johnny. You take care, and we'll speak to you soon.
The CPAS M&A is the better.
Oh yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. There you go. Okay. He is a breath of fresh air. It is funny. You do need to decompress a little bit. But Aaron, do you want to come and get everything set up for your session?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like USB. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely yeah. There's coffee, so grab yourself a coffee and we get set up for you. Oh, okay. I'll leave this here for you.
Okay. Yep. We'll pass that around.
It's really good seeing you, my friend. How are you
see
doing?
you.
Good to see you.
Been so long.
It's been, I don't know, 7 years or something. It was Thailand. It was Thailand last time.
Yeah, well that's 10 years.
10 years, yeah.
Yeah. That's when it's went back on. I know.
It's
And
pretty
then
cool.
shortly before that, I think you met when you were in London with
Yeah,
Vodafone.
yeah, with Vodafone, and actually I think we met at, we first met in San Francisco for the telecom.
Oh yes, that's right.
The guy, it was a really cool conference.
Oh yeah.
It was really, but he did like two or
He did a few, yeah.
a few, and then he stopped.
Yeah, well,
But it was awesome.
Yeah,
He went nuts. I think.
But it seems to be there's a lot of people that get into this. It's like your Martin Geddes. He did all the
Yeah.
Taco Stews.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Martin
it.
Garrett. What happened? He went to BT and then.
We went to BT, and then I think he was working independent, and then he went off on the QAnon stuff.
Really? What the fuck? Okay.
Catch up later.
Yeah, okay.
That time of day where everyone's going to be a shadow.
I know.
To the camera.
Close those. Yeah, you get the angle set up.
Hopefully I'm not setting up a tripwire here for anyone.
I've got some duct tape if you need.
We'll take our chances. It's live. What could go wrong?
Okay. $250. It's going to start on time.
So 35 minutes, Alan?
Yep.
Okay, I think we're just about ready here. If I can get my panelists to come on over and grab a chair. Anyone you like. Pick a color, pick the hot seat, the cool seat, whichever you like. I'll try to distribute questions evenly despite, and apologies for the cables there. As I'm sure you all have some experience with live streaming events, there's always some extra risk. We're double live streaming this, so we're doubling the risk just because. Go ahead, Paul. All right. So this will hopefully pick us up for the live stream that I'm doing for WebRTC Live. But we'll try to still pass this around for everyone here and for Alan's live stream, right? Pass this mic around?
Pass the mic around.
Okay. Yeah, probably. I'll try to stay mostly over here. It does. It does.
Okay. We have a audio here as well.
Okay.
Just put it in your ear. Just test it just to see what the level's like.
Yeah, it works.
Perfect. Okay, over
Okay.
to Aaron.
All right. Should we go ahead and get started then?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right, welcome everyone to our panel discussion on AI. We'll be talking about AI in video and voice applications and communication applications in general. We have a full agenda of guests and questions, so I'll be brief in my introductions and try to let them do all of the talking and also leave some time for any questions for many of you all here. I think we all understand AI has the potential to dramatically impact our industry and the way we interact with our customers and users, whether it's audio transcriptions on calls to AI assistants helping us during a call. The possibilities really do seem limitless right now.
I'm not going to get into too much of the hyperbole because I think that there's so much interesting about AI in a very practical sense and the way that we can be using it in our applications and enhancing what we do for our customers. So, but that's just kind of my thoughts. We'll share the thoughts from our panel. We have a variety of industry players here about and hear their perspective on the capabilities and the concerns that the changes of AI will bring. Our panel's being broadcast live on the TADSummit YouTube channel, of course. We're also broadcasting now on WebRTC Live, which is why I have the extra cables here, and apologies in advance if anyone gets up and trips over them. This is a monthly live Q&A session that I host at WebRTC Ventures, my company, where we speak with industry experts. So let's do some quick introductions. I'm Aaron Syme, CEO and founder of WebRTC Ventures. We're a design and development agency focused on building live video applications. We're increasingly also integrating those applications with different types of AI services and conversational AI. So let's go to each of our panelists, just starting on my right and working down here. I'll ask each of you to briefly introduce yourself, your title, and take a minute or so and tell us a little bit about how you're using AI now in your company. Okay, so let's start with you, Paul.
Thanks for having me. So Paul Sweeney, I'm the Chief Strategy Officer and co-founder at Webio. We're a conversational technology company out of Ireland. Most of our business is into the UK and now this year into Europe. We focus predominantly on credit collections companies. So if you are a credit department or a debt collection agency, maybe you're part of a large bank and you need to contact customers or have them contact you to make arrangements around payments, future payments, payment plans, we run that through conversational AI. So we're very, very clear focus, and we believe that the security and privacy first is essential for our business. So that's why we've built our own stack pretty much. That's what we're here for today.
Thank you, Paul. Lorenzo?
Hey everyone, I'm Lorenzo Miniero. I'm one of the co-founders of a small company called Miteco in the south of Italy. And funny story, I'm the chairman of the company, but I work remotely and we just hired another guy and he's taking my desk, which means I am now the only chairless chairman around. Funny jokes aside, I mean, I'm the author of the Janus WebRTC server, and we work a lot with WebRTC, so we provide consultancy and commercial support and provide assistance in building things around WebRTC using the Janus WebRTC server, and we've worked a bit with AI as well in different aspects. So more recently, we worked a lot with transcriptions as part of the remote participation support that we provide for ITF meetings, and so transcriptions have been a truly invaluable service within that context, and we expand to work even more on that because the guy that we just hired is actually going to work on AI-related stuff. So we're really excited about different opportunities there.
Excellent. Look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Hi everyone. I'm Romain. I'm part of APZ. APZ is a company that does a SaaS platform for customer services enabled with video. And we also have a full stack platform for WebRTC and communication in general that we rely on in fact. Yeah, that's it for it. We are 10 years old company, so we're quite used to that market, and we build up our solutions step by step, following market needs and focusing on specific use in terms of customer relationship. So everything about visual engagement in the customer relationship. It's for us.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. My name's Peter. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Private AI. We're based out of Canada, but have a big presence in the EU as well nowadays. Basically, we're a data redaction company, so anything speech, transcript related and redaction. We're one of the main players in the space. Yeah, that's it really. If you've used Deep Grammar Assembly, then you've probably used our system. It's white labeled there. Yeah, so in terms of my background specifically, I'm very big into machine learning deployment and optimization at scale. My background's in computer vision, but as for the last few years, I've been working in NLP.
So thank you, Peter. And speaking of computer vision, Paul?
Hello. My name is Paula, and I'm an engineer in Nomena, which is a startup in Barcelona that mainly focuses on empowering decision making in spatial solutions. So basically what we do is that we use computer vision to understand the interaction with different objects. It can be like in urban spaces, office spaces, as well as in retail stores.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so you can see we have a wide range of perspectives here. We have representatives of companies in the WebRTC and video space. We have conversational AI and chatbots. We have AI services and privacy and redaction and video in the public sector as well. So communication applications as well as a broader perspective as well. And so I think there's a lot of interesting perspectives to share here. What I'd like to start with is a little discussion around use cases, and then we'll talk some about architecture and privacy and security, and then open it up for questions for any of you all here as well. So let's start, Lorenzo, let's start with you and talk about what sort of use cases do you see being built with Janus and that justifies bringing in someone to take your seat and work more on AI? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so we've actually seen a few different use cases even a few years ago. So the main use case that we see, of course, is related to transcriptions, mostly because it has become one of the building blocks on top of which you build so many more things. And we've started using that ourselves, as I mentioned, with the idea of meetings and so on. But there's actually so much more that could be done, because, for instance, we've assisted companies in the past that were in the business of sentiment analysis, for instance, or identity verification. So not only just audio, but also video-related applications. And of course, our involvement at the time was mostly related to how to facilitate making live video or audio accessible to these platforms who may not know anything about WebRTC in the first place. And so that's the usual challenge. But once you have access to the video streams and the audio streams somehow, it's usually relatively easy to then make them available to other teams, which is why we've seen that there are companies that took advantage of the flexibility of Janus within that context to actually try and do some creative things. There was, for instance, a company that prototyped different image manipulation services to make creative videos out of a live video stream, for instance, turn yourself into a Van Gogh picture or a live Van Gogh picture, or these sort of things. So there's plenty of interesting things that can be done in that space, and I'm excited to see even more in the future.
Excellent, thank you. Romain? Let's hear about some of the use cases on your side.
Yeah, I went through some of our customers to survey them about those uses. And in fact, so I've got two main fields. One of the fields is detecting defects. So because we work with customer support, right? So they want to understand whether it's a true damage, or if it's only misusage of the equipment or something. For example, the customer support call, they enable the video, and then the AI will just take the video stream and try to match that with the existing database on pictures of what is working, what is not working, and then prompt the agent with a prompt, a response, an answer, an insight, some clues about whether the situation could be detected or not. So that's one of the use case. We've got also things about like tones and filling detection, mixing video and audio, the words and the tone of the voice, trying to get a good mix and good prediction on whether the conversation is positive, negative, or anything else. And finally, I've got another use case which is a bit on side, which is also detecting defects on a production line in a manufacturer. So you've got like a manufacturer with product that goes on the line, and they build a system with remote video that watch the production line trying to search for very small defect. They've got camera that like just look at the product and would I like within second try to detect if the product is right to go or need to be re-engineered.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, those are all really interesting, and what I like hearing about in that already is that, especially in video and communication applications, when we talk about AI, I feel like we first talk about things like transcription and taking text from the audio, and then we talk about things that we can do with that text, and way we can do things like notes from the conversation. But you're both also already seeing more AI being used in the video itself, and things beyond just object detection and changing backgrounds, which is wonderful to see, because I think that's absolutely...
And cat ears, you know.
Yeah, it's not just cat ears anymore. As fun as those are, that's right, exactly. Now, let's come to Paul next, and in Webio, you're a text messaging-based conversational platform. Talk a little bit more about how you're using AI there and the challenges and opportunities around that from your perspective.
Sure. Again, with the very specific context that we work in credit collections, so there's often a time when people are in such financial difficulty that they've stopped engaging. Like they don't want to hear about it now. If you've got one bill, you've probably got 5. If you've got 5, you've probably got 10. Like you're not the only person that they owe money to. And so the biggest problem is that people don't engage. And when they don't engage, they get into more and more trouble. Like things do not get better for creditors when they ignore the situation. So the first step is to get them to engage. And funny enough, SMS and conversations is a great way to get them engaged. And it's kind of a little bit through the fact that if you get an SMS, you kind of can choose not to respond straight away, right? So if you've ever been in a situation or a home where they owe money, like I grew up in a house where we owed money, right? People called to the door, people rang looking for money. And letters arrive, your heart beats, your blood thumps, but also your brain narrows because you've got like a lot of pressure on you. You can't think straight and you can't optimize. So what you actually need is tools that allow you to stop, take a break, think about it, maybe given a couple of options, and then respond. So if you can frame that right and get people into the conversation, you're now on the first step. You're in a journey with them. And so when we talk about like engagement rates, and it was mentioned this morning again about engagement rate of 10% in the credit collections or buy now, pay later situation, that's a huge number for people in that industry. Like these are big numbers. So we're seeing similar kind of rates of initial engagement. Now you're engaging and they tell you something, you got to understand, well, what's in that message? Is it an entity of €20? Is it saying, I want to pay? My favorite one is, I'd love to pay, but I can't. It's like, great, you want to pay? I'd love to pay. It's positive. Move on to the next step, right? That's not how it works. So now we're using conversational technologies. You can weigh up the whole sentence. Give you another one. We see messages coming in where someone says, I'd love to pay, but I can't right now because I'm in hospital with my kid. I don't even know if I can pay later or should pay now. How would I do that? And you're going, how do you parse that message? Yet you need to be able to parse that message and get back and go, the most important thing in that message is I'm at the hospital. That's the most important thing in that message. So you go back and say, hey, it's cool, we're here for you. Relax. You can do this later. There's no pressure on you. We can sort this out. And they go look at it and go, okay, no one's trying to kill me here. Like I can engage. And so when we say credit and collections conversational design is very specific for this process, we mean it. It's very specific. And you have to try and understand all the different circumstances you can, and come back with a really simple message that helps that person move to the next stage. And we take that all the way through a credit and collections conversation, all the way through to like schedules for payments in the future, or ways that you might pay, or ways you might want to break that up, like into different amounts and stuff. But at the end of it, that person has self-served their way through renegotiating a payment solution with you. And if you could do that on SMS or WhatsApp or Messenger or web chat, it is a low pressure environment for that person. And they can relax more, they can kind of think about it more, they can go in and get more options, do some more reading, come back and answer the questions. So there's actually a bit about the medium itself that lends them to do it. Now, I know there's a lot of talk about video here. Like you might go, oh, video will be great because I could do some sentiment analysis on their face and do triple and do. It's like, yeah, but you're breaking the promise that that person's exposed to you, and this allows them to kind of take a step back and go, well, I'm kind of dealing with a computer here, so that's how we can get out of the space.
That was brilliant. Thank you, Paul. Really appreciate it. And so, if we were starting to make our, on our flip chart, some bullet points of things to think about as you build in AI into your communication application, context is huge, right? And so it's not just about putting on funny ears, funny hats just because you can. Is this actually going to add value to the customer engagement? And that engagement and focusing on that engagement is incredibly important. So I really appreciate and like that perspective about thinking about the asynchronous nature of those conversations actually adding to the engagement value, which I think is really interesting. And so as technologists, I might, tend to automatically think more synchronous, more video, more features, more technology is good. It's, in this case, may or may not be, right? So context is incredibly important, and even more important, being able to detect things like I'm at the hospital, as you said. So that's great. Thank you, Paul. Now, speaking of context, let's switch to a very different context and talk about video at a more public scale. And I'd like to go to Paula and ask her to tell us a little bit more about the traffic analysis work that you've done with video on a public scale.
Okay, so what we did in Omen is that we installed cameras in Barcelona to monitor how the people are interacting in the streets, because now in Barcelona they are trying to restructure the city, so to make a green axe, basically, that it will be like without cars and more space for the pedestrians. So basically what we did is that we installed some cameras in different streets. One of them is the one that were under the construction to change it, and some of them stay the same, so it's the one that you use for monitoring. And with that we run some algorithms to understand how many pedestrians, cars, bicycles were in the streets and how they were interaction with the space that they had. And basically now this analysis will be done again with the restructure of the street, so we can compare how these fluctuations of people are changing in the different streets. So for now what we already know is that of course people are using more the streets that are in the green axis because it's more comfortable, but then it is true that the streets that are in the next spaces are more congested with more cars. So it's a thing that you need to find some kind of a balance between all of these restructurations.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Peter next. And to wrap up sort of our use case discussion, tell us a little bit more about private AI, and then I'd like to also know a little bit more about are there situations where, from your perspective, that you would say AI should not be used at all? It's too sensitive a situation, perhaps, for example.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we do data redaction, and our main market is ASR. We also deal a lot with chatbots. As you can imagine, the whole ChatGPT was great news for us. We've been working with chatbot providers for a number of years already. In terms of should applications where AI shouldn't be used, I guess that's a very broad question. I can only speak to the privacy aspect of that. And yeah, in my opinion, although the system design might change, depending on what it is, I can't think of a situation where you wouldn't full stop use AI. And yeah, I guess that's where we come in. So example use cases for us are like, we do a lot with hospitals, like we work with a few hospital chains in the US. And like medical information, of course, that's very important that that's kept under wraps. So just having a really good data redaction system is very important. Another use case might be, legal information and stuff going through the courts, that also needs to be kept very well under wraps. So I think as long as you properly build and architect systems and make sure that you're in compliance with all the regulations that are coming out, I guess we're in Europe, so of course GDPR, that's important. And there's also the upcoming EU AI Act, which I think people should be talking and thinking a lot more about than what we currently are.
Feel free to start that right now.
Can't say I'm a massive expert in that, but if we look at the GDPR and how that's gone, because that's been in effect for coming on 5 years now, most companies, I'll go out on a limb here and I'll say most companies are in some shape or form not compliant. But then how well has the GDPR actually been enforced? Not really that well. But yeah, I think it also really, the main one that it comes down to is customer trust. Like, there was a study released last month that even, like, OpenAI, of course, was a lot in the news for privacy violations, which of course was great news for us. Those have largely been resolved, but even now, data privacy concerns are the #1 reason why companies are not adopting AI, especially in the enterprise. Also, things like the new Copilot assistant thing that's being built into Windows, a lot of people are turning away from that because, yeah, I don't want everything on my computer getting hoovered up by Microsoft and going through those systems.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, so that's a great segue to, let's talk a little bit about architecture. Let's keep it down with Paula and go to you next. Now, in your use case around traffic analysis and object detection in video on a large scale, you're processing large amounts of video data. So talk a little bit about how you handle the architecture of that system, please.
Okay, so the first, when we started working with it, the first thing that we did is that we basically installed cameras, well, in Barcelona, and then also because we were working with the municipality, you have some restrictions on how you can use these cameras, where can you attach it, and if you have connection or not. In this case, we could not connect them to the network, so basically what we did is that we recorded specific dates, and then you go, get the data, and then you process it in your office. But of course, this is very bad in terms of scalability because one, you need to buy a lot of GPUs for maybe one project, put it everything on the cloud, or what we are doing now that is basically doing edge computing. So in our company, we are designing the cameras that we use to monitor the spaces, and inside of them we would do it with Raspberries, and basically we input a software, and now it's basically a software that just sends data to us or saves it, and then we go and collect it. But what we are studying now is how we can use these cameras to already run the object detection algorithms or the face recognition algorithms or I don't know, the pose estimation algorithms inside there. So basically what we're gonna do is that we will have the cameras in the spaces, extract the data, so record the video, in the same moment run the algorithm and create a database. In this way, in the database, you're only gonna have, for instance, a car in this position, but you're not gonna have the whole image, so it's gonna be much faster to process than this data on the offices.
Excellent, thank you. Let's go to Romain next and talk about architecture and sustainability a little bit, because when we're dealing with intense processing of such large amounts of data, and we're doing it at scale across either many traffic intersections or many voice conversations or video calls, it's a lot of processing goes on there. So much like blockchains, we have concerns, about the carbon footprint of that. So talk a little bit about your perspective on that.
Yeah. So my point is, in fact, I'm going to follow up your intervention because trying to put some of the load on the edge of the system might be a solution. You need to find balance, of course, but it might be a solution to prepare and simplify. Lower the weight of the data that you need to then centralize in some infrastructure like the cloud or something. So that might be a first thing. I just want to recall that maybe 3 or 4 or 2 to 3% of the total carbon emission from the digital come from the digital economy. 2 to 3% So that's a huge. We've got a lot to do on that, and 1% of that, 1% total comes from video streaming. Video streaming, not only WebRTC, etc. Of course, Netflix and
it's Netflix's fault, not ours.
Of course,
let's be clear.
Of course. I just want to point out that it's very intensive in terms of use of the whole infrastructure. So another piece of thinking that I give to you is that 3/4 of the environmental impact of digital economy is on the terminals, so on the device that you've got in your hands. So the longer you keep that terminal, the better for forests, of course. So if you design a new system, and maybe there's something to think about, like to be compliant, to remain compliant with the old devices. If you push forward, if you use the new technologies, always, at the first, you're going to push forward the people to change their device. You're going to put some features that they will not be available to use. In some case, you can hear that you need to avoid useless feature. Okay, right. Every feature that comes into my roadmap should be useful, of course. But if at some point you find out that a feature is not used, you need to have designed your software so that you can remove that feature without breaking your old system. So at some point when you design your architecture, it's a good point to see how can I deactivate and remove the load of that feature from my system.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. All right, we have till 3:30, is that right? Okay, so we've got about 10, 12 minutes here. I have a number of other questions I want to get to, but I'm going to pause there for a moment and see if we have any questions from anyone here in the room. I want to make sure that we address that. Yes?
Grab the microphone. Stand here. Thank you. Listen, that was a really interesting panel discussion, and I think for Paula, right, and Roman, both of you have touched on something that's very close to sort of what my company does, which is I hear words like edge computing, which I find really funny because for me it's all just a big continuum of the cloud, right? And the reason why my company is called Field Cloud is because we bring the cloud to the field, and the field is in your streets or in the factory floor, which is mainly our playground. So my question here, it really has got to do with what do you see as the biggest sort of like challenges and inhibitors to actually move more workload closer to where the actual real world, interaction or events happen. When it comes to video, you've obviously got a bunch of codecs and a bunch of decoding that you need to do. You need to detect certain patterns, and you can only cram so much computing power into a small space. And it seems like over the last decade and a half, we've got a little bit lazy on the way we approach cloud computing, right? Because it was all about hyperscale. And somewhere along the line, we forgot about the fallacies of distributed computing. Some of us with grey beards were old enough to have dealt with Sun Microsystems and Peter Deutsch's great list of the fallacies, basically saying that bandwidth is infinite, right? The network is 100% reliable. There's zero latency, and we know that that's not true. So I'm kind of understanding when it comes to you guys working on your more modern architectures, what is your number one problem, right, that is preventing you from actually going out and building a proper distributed system? Or are you saying, doesn't matter, we've got the cloud, and all we need is a great big abundant zero latency data pipe?
Thank you. Anyone in particular want to take that? Romain or Peter, I know you want to talk about scalability as well, but yeah.
I think we can't answer the question in a short manner. I think the number one constraint is power. I think it's the only one. When you want to distribute the power, the computing power on your mobile device, the number one constraint is, does that put my battery at 0 in 5 minutes or not? And I think it's quite the same when you try to have some computing power that goes on the field anywhere, whether you can access to enough power electrical power to operate that.
You want to say something? I'll stick one on there. So it's not in my area, that's the caveat. But we ran a conference on conversation technology around 3 years ago, and we had the
the agricultural-based drones, and by a company in France actually coming over, looking over the vineyards and stuff. And really, I think the kind of breakthrough thought from that for me was, don't look at it as a drone, it's a system. And if you think about it systemically, then you go, well, if that drone was powered by solar electricity, then that power is free. So you break out of that constraint. So maybe a part of that solution of looking at the individual is, again, just breaking back and going, it's this part of a systems approach that will get around that.
Yeah, I would just talk about LLMs, because it's the topic of today. I think with the whole LLM paradigm today, that's also, that's just not possible to do on edge devices. It's not even really possible to do that on single GPUs. We hear a lot of people with privacy, right, okay, I'm on a privacy preserving version of ChatGPT. Okay, I'll take Llama 2 or whatever the latest open source model is, and I'll run that myself. And then, not just the compute power required to run those models, just one instance is already coming on 100 grand a year just in terms of compute. But companies like OpenAI, they've spent so much time, money, and effort on distributed computing and optimization, and it's actually a lot more efficient in terms of how these things run internally to run it on 1,000 GPUs than 1 or 8 when it comes to things like GPU memory bandwidth.
Yeah, that's just made me think of a question that you asked earlier on about places where AI may not be appropriate. You may have inadvertently answered the question that was asked, because for me, this might be a great example of where LLMs are not appropriate, and we might be solving the problem the wrong way.
Or we should at least consider the use. Are we getting the value from it that justifies the power and the centralized nature of an architecture versus being able to do edge where possible? There were a couple other hands up and we're short on time, so I need to move on. We had another question here in the back too, please. Thank you.
Peter, when the question went round about applications where you can't use AI, it was quite interesting that we kind of focused on applications where privacy meant that you couldn't use AI. Maybe for the whole panel, and I'll let any of you take it that want to. Are there applications where we shouldn't use AI because of safety reasons?
Yeah, that's definitely a different question, which I'm not qualified to answer, unfortunately.
I have an answer as well. Someone else goes again.
So one of the answers I have to that is empathy. So everyone says empathy AI, and empathy AI is a category error. An AI cannot empathize with a human. So where you've got do your process, get your information, gather your information, give people the ability to contribute. But if you need to empathize with someone, or empathy is a part of your solution, then your job is to put two people together and take away as much friction from that relationship as possible. Okay, I didn't fail, great.
Thank you. And we could have time for maybe one more question. Yes, let's go here.
Thank you, it was great. I had a question for Paul. You talked about the advantage of asynchronous communication or low bandwidth communication, like text messages, for interacting with the customers. Are they aware they are dealing with an AI? And if it's the case, I believe so, is it an advantage actually that they know they're talking to a machine compared to a human?
So always let everyone know they're talking to a machine first. It's just good design, because people feel fooled if they find out later, and if you're fooled, you've broken trust. So always let people know up front. What's the next part of the question?
Yeah. Do you think they open up, or they are less pressure because it's a machine?
There's two parts to that. So when people, historically, over the last 20, 30 years, they've done the research, people feel better talking or disclosing, it's called in the industry, information to an automated machine, because a person is judging them. And their biggest fear is they'll feel judged. So a machine can't judge them and is not judging them. So they can feel they can disclose more and maybe find out if they're able to get a solution. The third thing I'll say about all kind of customer service experiences, again, just research shows this, is if you're in a process and you feel you're in a structured process, you feel that you're going to get to an outcome. So you trust the process to get you to the solution. So if you can convey these things while also conveying a sense of flexibility, conveying senses of other things, but they have to feel like they're in a process that will get them a solution. If you can do that, then you're in a good design, you'll get contribution, I think.
All right, thank you. That's all the time that we have for questions, and I apologize for this having to be short, but thankfully we are all here in person and our panel will be too, so please feel free to continue your questions there. If you're watching us online, you don't get that advantage, sorry, but thanks for joining us as well, and maybe you can join us at TADSummit in person in the future. But let's take just a quick moment for each panelist, and I just want to give you a chance, because we definitely didn't get to all the questions that I had either. I want to give you a chance to just say any concluding remarks that you have. If there was something you wanted to make sure you address, feel free to throw that out. Or if we've covered everything you wanted to say, just give us your quick prediction on what's the next big step in AI with respect to your industry and your use cases. Start with Paola.
For me, I think that well, for us now it's being able to optimize our process. So basically, we're putting a lot of efforts on improving how we're dealing with all of this data, and also because we're operating in different countries, we have to have a specific types of agreements with this. Like depending on the country, you have some privacy issues or others. So when you are working with data, this is a big deal also for us. So we are trying to find a solution that is able to contain everyone.
Thank you. And also, by the way, feel free if you want to direct anybody to your websites or anything for more information, feel free to do that also, please.
Yeah, I'll happily do that. PythonAI.com. Thank you. Yeah, just concluding remarks for me, just a couple of things for anyone who is considering data anonymization, redaction, privacy, compliance. Be very careful of how well the system you use actually works. So with things like audio transcripts, they're very broken up. Like just general purpose systems do not work well unless they've been optimized. And I think the other one to really watch out for today, although OpenAI has solved for the large part all the things that were in the news about and banned in Italy, for example, earlier this year, is the fine tuning. So anything you put into one of these generative AI models at training time is liable to pop out. So just be careful with what you're sharing too, especially with startups. I guess we work with a lot of startups. Just make sure they're on top of their data privacy. Some of the things we've seen are not ideal, to say the least.
Check with legal. We'll add that to our to-do list.
I'm going to follow up also because I was something what is interesting after data privacy and GDPR stuff is sovereignty. I don't know if it ring a bell at your ears because I don't know where you're from, but in France and in Europe we've got kind of a huge attention to that, and I think that the whole thing about AI needs to be very to pay attention about who we are passing the data to, and finding some ways to make sure that we are respecting the chain of custody across all the actors that we are soliciting in our ecosystem to make sure that our own customers are not fooled by sharing data to other organizations that with other low environment. Another thing, yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, don't have any prediction, more excitement towards the possibility, because and I think, for instance, Dave made an excellent point in his presentation before where he said today you can just click a button and transcriptions happens and everything goes, and that's something that was not possible just a few years ago. So technology has moved at a really breakneck speed, and now it's all we have a lot of things related to AI and ML that are really much more accessible than they were before, not only to very high-end companies but pretty much everybody. And for instance, companies provide solutions like Banafo, which also provide you to put things on premise and take advantage of things like this much more easily. So that's why I'm very excited about the new things that can be done now that everything is much more accessible and technology is much easier to use for pretty much everybody.
Okay, thank you. Well, you can. One last time.
Quick prediction. Every company will have a custom language model.
All right. That is a quick and bold prediction. Let's end there. And thank you very much to all of you for your excellent questions. Thank you to Alan and TADSummit for the opportunity.
Yeah,
A word.
A word. Tonight. That's it. Tonight there is we've got something at the venue. We can drink some.
That's right. There will be drinks tonight.
Because in fact we are. I'm part of a community which is called WebRTC Paris. Yes. And in fact we are a small community building up around WebRTC, of course. If you want to join us. And see you tonight.
Now,
Thank
what's
you.
the best
I'm
way
looking
to
forward
get
to
there?
that.
Quick question for the local. What's the best way to get there from here?
I won't do it. Come to me. I'm going to tell you. You're going to tell them.
All right. Thank you again to all of you for your questions. And thank you to our excellent panelists. Let's have a round of applause for them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Me, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're coming through loud and clear. I'm sure. There you go. I see there's an audio. Okay, as always, I don't know how best to describe it. Juggling chickens in the agenda. So, we've now got Hamid. He's had an interesting morning. He's been taking care of his 3-year-old unexpectedly because of protests. I don't know why people are protesting against him taking care of his 3-year-old, but I'll let Hamid explain that. So what we're going to do with Guillaume, he was going to be presenting on the death of 2FA. He's going to be presenting tomorrow morning now. So that gives us the time. So Hamid, because he's got a keynote, can give his full presentation. So Hamid, over to you.
Hey everybody, thanks Alan, thanks for your flexibility, and I apologize for making you reschedule so many times. Nice to meet you everybody. I'll be looking forward to the presentation, and if you guys have any questions, please feel free to jump in and ask. Can you hear me, you guys?
Yep.
Okay. All So I'll be getting started. So today I'll be sharing how Telecoms Exchange Platform as a Service is helping to transform the communication service providers' wholesale business using our technology. So the agenda will be as follows. So we'll start with a success story. We'll talk about Talent's case study. Then we'll talk about the TCXC platform overview, a little intro, a little bit about the technology stack we're using and the unique value proposition that we're providing to CSPs. We'll talk a little bit about CPaaS growth and why it needs modern connectivity solutions to complement it, and a sneak peek into the company's future roadmap, and we'll end up with a call to action. So one of the recent success stories we had was with Talent, which is an international arm of Telkom Indonesia, the biggest telco company in Indonesia, serving more than 200 million customers. So what this company needed to do is basically to digitize their wholesale voice, SMS, and numbers business into one platform and make it available self-service for both customers and suppliers who are doing business with them on all these different areas. Through the partnership we had with them, Talent were able to streamline their operations and enhance their customer experience. Before that, it was pretty much, components were all over the place, or you have this SMS division, you have your voice division, and then you have your numbers division, different contracts, different platforms and UIs, and now it's been unified. Their self-service platform is called New Traffics. It has won multiple awards so far in the wholesale market. With this platform, they were not only able to scale their business, but also increase their revenue and cash flows. Along the way, they were able to build an open carrier community, a transparent marketplace, and have successfully completed over 1 billion transactions to date. And after a couple of years, on a year-to-year contract basis, Talent recognized the value of what's happening and decided to deepen it into a strategic 10-year partnership. And what's important about this is not to brag about that, it's to show that there is something valuable there for someone of that size. So let's talk about TCXC platform as a service. So originally we started out as a cloud exchange for voice, SMS, and numbers, serving prepaid customers in the wholesale sector. Anybody who needed connectivity really fast, they wanted to interconnect with one another, they were able to just top up one wallet and interconnect with hundreds of carriers and start utilizing immediately with a single contract. So after that, we decided to pivot into going back to our roots and become 100% software company and focus on providing our platform as a service to customers. And in 2020, that's when we started out pushing Telecoms Exchange Platform as a service. And the way we're doing it today is by providing a source-free software platform to assist the telecom carriers in modernizing and streamlining their wholesale business operations. And it can basically be set up either with existing, on the edge before their existing legacy network, their SPCs, their SMSCs, and just provide one unified platform for all their wholesale interactions with their customers and suppliers. Or it can be a standalone, not rely, because it has some SPC components and SMSC components in it, so it can also act as a standalone system. And what we mean by source-free is it's not yet, or not at the moment, fully publicly open source, but it is open source to
to carriers that we partner with, because we believe they need to own they need to have access to this critical mission component of their business. And what we mean by source free is they have non-binary code 24/7 available in their deployed on their machines. At the same time, they also have access to our GitHub repository where every discussion and everything is going on. So it's like a smaller open source community just for partners. And what basically TD60 enables is for them to consolidate their voice, SMS, and numbers into a single digital platform. Of course, it's white label, and it can be customized as per their needs. And through automation of the APIs, it allows for partners and customers to not only do things the traditional way through a GUI or through emails and stuff like that, but also to make it all programmatic and automate the whole thing from interconnections, carrier relations, trouble ticketing. The whole thing from A to Z can be all scripted, right, and automated. And with this API readiness for all the wholesale functionality, it unlocks on innovation in the wholesale sector, which we believe has been very, very low in the past years due to off-the-shelf proprietary closed source software that's not been able to do much with expanding it or changing it until very recently that started to change. So a little bit about our stack. We have our messaging component, which contains our Golang-based SMPP load balancer, SMPP bind balancer, and upstream proxies that are responsible for doing the communication with the AAA in real time. And then we have the API component that's kind of optional for those who want to expose HTTP SMS to the customers. And then you have the access control and billing, which is TCXC's unified authentication, authorization, and accounting. That layer is highly customizable, and it talks with all the voice, SMS, and numbers, and everything else in between is all talking to the same AAA layer, which makes it possible to have a single wallet for multiple services. Then you have the TCXC E164 to E212 mapping table, which basically allows kind of like it's the bridge between the SMS industry and the voice industry in terms of rating and other functionalities as well. And then we have the standardizing formats for all the carrier price lists, which everything comes in different formats, but it goes out in one single format, either by CSV files or to the customers, or through API and JSON format for those who like to pull all these hundreds of carriers' rates in a single format and process them into their routing and billing systems. The voice stack is very simple. It contains a SIP proxy and multiple SIP back-to-back user agents, which are talking to that AAA layer as well. Then we have the API component, which is basically API enabling everything in the system. So any carrier that deploys this, everything that's uploaded through UI or email through different formats is automatically being API enabled on the fly. And then you have a self-service portal for both customers and suppliers that enables them to sign up, authorize their IPs, recharge their account, and start interconnecting in a few seconds with any available carrier on the system. So it could be a single MNO that's promoting only their routes, or it could be a marketplace with hundreds or thousands of CSPs interconnected on the same hub. The self-service portal is split into three: buyers, the ones who are originating the traffic; sellers, the carriers who are terminating the traffic and then the administration for the operator who's administrating the whole system. As for third-party integrations, we have many, but I have highlighted here a few that's I believe they're important. So DocuSign, when we say digitizing wholesale, it means you need to digitize also contracts, and, from sign up to settlement, everything needs to be digitized. And the DocuSign plays a role in as soon as somebody signs up, the DocuSign is being sent to them. As soon as that's signed, the account creation is triggered and things like that. Grafana for the network operation center to monitor everything in the system. We do have some already some integrations ready to go with Grafana, some panels that monitor everything from voice, SMS, and numbers, and also some fraud analysis and AAA attacks and things like that is all monitored through Grafana. For CPaaS, we have some integration with Jambon's open source CPaaS platform. On the commercial side, we do have integration with Vonage API, for example, for integrating it into the numbers market view, where we can pull their available numbers into the platform for complete automation on purchasing and releasing numbers and things like that. Of course, it's not limited only to Vonage, but this is like one of the, you can add to your existing numbers. If you don't have global coverage, you can add Vonage, for example, for that. WhatsApp for notifications, like OTPs and stuff like that. When you're logging into the system, or when you're notifying your customers about certain things. RESCOM, open source platform, it's no longer there, unfortunately, publicly, but there are many different flavors of RESCOM. We're already compatible with RESCOM. We've done a lot of work with back in the day with Telestacks to do a tight integration with that, so it's 100% compatible, and it works nicely with that. If you're planning to add the CPaaS layer to your wholesale digitization, it works nicely with that. If you're also using something like Jambons for this, it also works seamlessly with that. Plus Slack and other integrations for real-time notifications. Okay, this is an interesting topic. I think we believe that CPaaS growth is actually dependent on better connectivity solutions. So we think that for CPaaS to grow into areas where there's so much potential in CPaaS use cases or programmable communication use cases, but the lack of connectivity, like two-way SMS enabled numbers or two-way voice numbers in these countries, is slowing down that growth. So another problem that we've seen is many carriers have numbers, but they don't have an API interface to those numbers for real-time provisioning and some other regulatory complexities, right? So, however, one of the major things that we notice is actually having a digital platform for this on the MNO side to enable real-time, searching, buying and releasing numbers, and meeting the regulatory compliance, being compliant with their verification process or KYC process. So lack of these tools is slowing down CPaaS growth in many countries with considerable potential for growth. So that's why we think that the more digitization that happens on wholesale carrier side or on MNO side will play a great role in expanding the growth of CPaaS or accelerating the growth of CPaaS in different areas around the world. So we're almost finishing up here. A sneak peek into what we're working on next. So one of the important things, of course, is AI. The first thing that we're doing with that is providing AI-powered data-driven routing strategies for voice and SMS-based on price, quality, quality of service, reviews, and ratings. So remember, all the things that we do is API enabled, so the rates, statistics, everything is already available through a single API call. So what that does is basically making it very simple for adding AI into the mix, because everything is already exposed to APIs, and that makes it very simple. And it's all unified as well, so you don't have to have half of the story. You have the full context of everything that's going on. And the second point is leveraging generative AI based on large telco data. So since all the signaling is going through the TCXE platform as a service, then the data set is always growing there, and it's accessible through API. So we're able to provide a chat GPT-like experience for everyone in the team, in the telcos team, to chat with their big data, things like the rates, the CDRs, the logs, finding opportunities, finding patterns, forecasting things. So it's just one prompt away, and we do have some demos in the lab about this. It's really cool, and it's really valuable. And second point is, or the second main item here is Internet of Things. IoT, we're integrating MQTT to our signaling stack, so that you have a simplified IoT device provisioning, billing, and management through the same platform as well. We're not talking about eSIMs or data yet. We're looking for partners on that, on how to achieve it, because we don't have access to such networks for completing that part. But we're working with some partners to figure that part out. But in terms of IoT and AAA, like providing the actual CDRs for IoT, M2M, and monetizing that and all this is something that we've completed, and we're integrating it soon into production systems. Last is postpaid one-to-one, meaning an MNO deploying our solution can provide postpaid to only to their services, to their routes, or postpaid and one-to-many postpaid, and that's complex in terms of in a market view, in a marketplace environment where you have many different carriers. Hundreds of them are deciding to, each one is deciding to give different credit limits to different buyers in real time, and you're performing AAA on the SIP and SMPP level for that to make sure that it meets the business rules. We're working on that to provide a fully advanced postpaid one-to-one and one-to-many. That's what we're working on, and hopefully we'll finish up in the near future. So what we're looking for at the moment is both partnering with CSPs directly, and also partnering with system integrators and solution providers in different countries who are working with CSPs directly in order to help complete the mission, which is digitizing and API enabling every MNO out there, so we can focus on cool, innovative use cases instead of keep doing the traditional wholesale, wasting time on traditional wholesale business activities like emailing rates and doing things like that. So that's it. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Excellent, thank you so much, Hamid. Do we have any questions for Hamid? The thing I like in terms of what he's built is most of it is open source. So telcos keep talking about their techco vision, yet their operations company as well. Here you go. There's the technology. You can basically take it, as is, and run it yourself and be a techco, at least on the wholesale side. Or there's no reason why Hamid can't run it on your behalf. So it's I think a very interesting segment that does fundamentally change the economics and rejuvenates a ridiculously tired old industry. you mentioned it, but I just need to be, the carrier relations, which sounds a very complex and sophisticated job, means emailing lots of people Excel spreadsheets. It's 2023, and they're exchanging their pricing and all the volumes and all the complexities that happen via Excel spreadsheets. And you'll find in a lot of these aggregators, there's some poor guy who's done nothing else in his whole work life than managing Excel spreadsheets. And he, and also has built up a lot of relationships, maligning his job. But that really should have become a simple ChatGPT question in terms of what are the rates we have available to this destination. But anyway, Amit, well done on that. Matthew.
Thank you, Alan. Amit, nice to meet you. Let me try and see if I can stand. There we go. In front of the camera. Cool. Listen, great presentation and a great explanation of the wholesale sort of state of play. Well, I'm curious about one thing, because obviously IoT is a lot closer to what I'm involved in, and I'm just struggling to understand. So could you just maybe give a little bit of extra context as to sort of why TCXC is getting into, adding something which is today found as pretty commodity, and adding MQTT. I'm trying to understand how that fits, because it seems almost like a spare wheel on your car. Number one, and number two, if not MQTT, why not lightweight M2M? Because I can see that being a lot more interesting in the wholesale space, because that is where there are high volume small devices, think electricity meters, water meters, gas meters, and that is something which again fits a wholesale market very well, but it's high volume, low margin stuff. I think the MQTT thing, I'm struggling to see a generic case. Maybe you have something to share.
Thanks a lot. So we wanted to, to really to start with something simple there. We got some. The reason we wanted to add that to the stack is because we really develop features based on what's coming from our partners, like what we see, what's the demand, what's happening, and we see a lot of enterprise use cases, a lot of different, like for example, WhatsApp right now is becoming a mandatory integration for wholesale. I mean, that's crazy, for me, it sounds crazy, but yeah, like operators they want to resell WhatsApp to wholesalers. And so the way we start out with developing or introducing a new channel or something to our stack is, but it usually comes from the customer saying we need this. And the first layer for us was, okay, we need to have to have identity management and basic M2M communication, tracking, CDR generation, things like that. And from what we saw, like at the initial phase, there were multiple different other protocols and things to add. But we wanted to keep it simple with something that's popular among developers to get started and things like that. And we asked our partners, what do you think is we should go with first, because we don't want to go in with adding everything from day one. IoT is obviously new to us, and wanted to break it down into pieces and start simple, and they voted for MQTT as a start, as it's available or popular among both open source community and also among enterprise use cases. So they wanted to go with that. So no other real reason for not choosing something else at this time. But we're still learning. I'll be interested to learn more about what you shared and look into it deeper. Yeah, I hope that answers.
That's excellent. Thank you. I mean, any other questions?
So for the last 20 years, I've been working in telecom, and for this whole 20 years, the problem of rate management is always an issue, and people are spending their whole days working with Excel spreadsheets and programming macros, and we've been programming some tools to automate this. Have there been an attempt to create some standardized format for rate exchange? And if it was, why it failed, why nobody knows about it?
Agreed. And the thing is, on that, even if you like ask carriers, do you want to standardize? No one will like really come in and say, yeah, we have this problem, we should do it. And we don't actually ask them. We say, whether you're uploading the rates to the system or you're emailing the rates in, we work with whatever you're bringing us, and basically we standardize. So without, we're not even asking them for their opinion on it. We know that a lot of people will find it valuable, and we're doing the extra mile there. But till this day, they don't see it as a problem. Yeah.
Because somebody else deals with it for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's great. Again, thank you so much for excellent presentation. I'm glad we were able to make it today. Okay, a round of applause again.
Have a good one, guys. And I look forward to meeting you in person, hopefully in better circumstances next year. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to bother exiting because the next one is going to be Jerry from Call Reputation, or Caller ID Reputation. He's one of the analytic engines. You saw Johnny referencing that, where you're a corporation, you've got lots of outbound calls from your call center, and you need to manage the reputation of those phone numbers, else those calls can be tagged as spam, or basically get filtered somewhere within the telephony network. So I know our focus was very much on the messaging side, but equally we're seeing on the calling side there's a lot of middlemen and a lot of complexity just trying to get a call to complete. So let me just ping Jerry to see where he is. Nope. No sooner said than he arrived. There you go. I was just going to ping you on LinkedIn, and then you arrived.
Yeah, well, I was watching some of the previous presentations streaming on YouTube. Looks very good, by the way.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, I'm just getting set up here so people can see you. And then hopefully, there you go.
I don't know if you want to use the PDF that I sent you earlier, or if you want me to share.
Actually, if you could share, that'll work easier. Because it's still up on the cloud, and then I have to download it onto this machine, and then this way, I'm not, you're not having to look at my face.
Yeah, of course. Let me pull that up. Okay.
Yep, that's great.
Okay, fantastic. So you can see this native document that's in the Google Cloud, and let me know whenever everybody's ready to get started, and I can start presenting.
Yeah, go for it, Jerry.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to be one of the presenters and to be part of the TADSummit 2023. We really appreciate the opportunity. I am now with a company known as Caller ID Reputation. As Alan mentioned just a moment ago, I've been on board for a couple of months now. Previously, I was on board with UMail when I presented at the TADSummit last year. So just a bit of an introduction, because we're going to get into gaining a competitive advantage through managing telephone number reputation. So what does that mean? Well, from caller ID's reputation, since we provide a SaaS-based solution that helps one to get a sense for what is going on with their telephone numbers when they're placing calls. And of course, that's something that's very important to anybody in the ecosystem, but I would say in particular, if you have a CPaaS platform or UCaaS or CCaaS operations, at the end of the day, you want your calls to be answered. So it's all about making sure that when you're placing calls that you have the best opportunity possible for the person on the other end to actually answer the call. So this SaaS-based solution that we provides visibility into what's actually happening when calls are placed with your numbers. In other words, are they blocked, or do they provide, or do they experience adverse call labeling, or do they come through as normal? We also provide managed services to help remediate situations where they're not coming through as normal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here. So one of the things we're going to talk about first is call treatment, which is what is happening at the consumer UI level, what is happening at the handset. All right, so the first two categories of things is just simply blocking versus labeling. So blocking, there's the cover that the FCC provides in the United States for reasonable analytics, which means if you are pretty confident, very confident, that something unlawful is happening, you have the ability to actually block a call. So there's no opportunity if a call is blocked for the terminating carrier to even have a chance to label it, let alone let the call go through. And so that's a very solemn type of a thing. You got to be really sure that something should be blocked if you're going to do that. Labeling is much more common. And the type of thing that we're seeing today is more or less a knee-jerk reaction to label pretty much everything that is a new telephone number or has certain behaviors that are indicative of problematic calls. But what's happening, though, sadly, is some of the legitimate businesses are getting wrapped up in this, where they are getting their calls adversely treated as well. And so that is one of the main reasons why caller ID reputation exists, is to point this out when this happens and to provide tools to our customers, which tend to be everything from SMB, small to medium-sized business, the proverbial Joe the plumber, all the way up to large enterprise and everything in between. Provide tools to have visibility into knowing when that happens and having a sense for why that's happening, and then also tools to fix it. So next slide here. One of the things that we see is different types of call treatment. One could be positive labeling, like nothing happens at all, nothing bad. Another one would be negative labeling, which I referred to earlier, and then perhaps completely unlabeled. So consumer behavior and adverse call labeling, spam and scam likely. The bottom line is that consumers they tend to avoid calls like that. I would say consumers don't answer calls too much today at all, but certainly if they see these kinds of labels, that they're just not going to answer. So how much is that happening? On this next slide, we've got some stats. We're seeing in terms of impact of negative telephone number reputation, 87% consider unidentified numbers to be fraudulent. So if it's a number that's not in your handset, if it's something that you just don't recognize, and or if there's adverse call labeling, then consumers are going to stray away from that. So that's the reason why we exist, and we work with CPaaS providers, UCaaS, CCaaS, to help identify this. So how do we do this? We've got something that we refer to as a device cloud, which is literally hundreds of telephones. These are real live telephones and real service plans where we place phone calls. We place phone calls on behalf of our business customers that subscribe to our service. And essentially, it's kind of like we're spoofing, but we're doing this in a legal sense. So we have deals worked out with network providers so that when they see these types of calls, because obviously from a Stir-Shaken perspective, they would not look correct. They would be something that could be blockable, like I was mentioning earlier, that you wouldn't want to let them go through, or they get C attestation at best, but most likely they get blocked. Instead of doing that, because we've got these agreements with network providers, these calls do go through, and then we can see what actually happens at the handset level on iPhone, on Android, on all the major network providers in the United States, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, US Cellular, others. We can see what's actually happening. And this is very helpful for our customers because they can become aware if they actually have a problem. And this would correlate very highly with them not having very good call answer rates. So then the next question to ask is, well, why is this happening? And this is somewhat of a rhetorical question for most people because they just simply don't have visibility into it. But even if they do, and they realize that they're getting this adverse treatment, then they still might wonder, well, why is this happening? Is it just it's just a mystery? We don't know what's going on with these analytics providers and why they're doing this. They have their proprietary algorithms, which they just don't share the details of that. But what they do share with Caller ID Reputation, because we have deals with them, is the actual scoring, how they see these numbers, how they score them. So we've got a variety of data points, and I've shared some of those here on the screen. T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, Email is one of them, which is my former employer. The Real Number DNO from Sonos is one of our providers, and 9 others. And this list is growing. We're adding new data providers all the time. So it's kind of a very effective 1-2 punch approach where the what is actually happening on the handset, and the why is these data points, which would allow one to discern, is there perhaps an error? Am I getting spam likely show up or scam on an unjustified basis? Or is there some good reason for that? And we have a managed service at Caller ID Reputation, which basically it's the ability for us to act on behalf. We have a letter of authorization with our customers to act on their behalf. We reach out to the analytics engines and we get these things changed if merited to do so. So if the data proves that there's really no good reason for this type of labeling to happen, then we'll get it fixed very rapidly with the analytics engines, most notably First Orion, Haya, and TNS, and that would be for T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon, respectively. And so on this slide here, it's basically the dashboard. I know this is a bit of an eye chart, probably can't see it very well, but this is essentially the SaaS-based solution, the web-based portal that one of our customers would see, and this would enable them to again get this answer this question, the insight of why is this happening? Not only the what, but why is it happening? So now let's talk a little bit about managing number reputation. What can we do to optimize the reputation? And so, by the way, I apologize if these slides are kind of like jumping. There seems to be a bit of a lag between when I click on it and when it shows up, at least on the streaming on YouTube too. Maybe you see it sooner than I do. So I'm on the slide right now, reputation management. So this is all about reconciling that what and the why. What are we seeing on the handset, and why are we seeing it? And what we're looking for is certain behaviors that may be indicative of something that would cause this adverse call labeling. So we look for a variety of things. We look for things like the Federal Trade Commission's telemarketing and sales rule, and this would be a form of content-based analytics where we're literally looking at a transcript that's taken from the pre-recorded audio that's left behind on a honeypot, or maybe when somebody calls somebody like Email, again, one of our suppliers. We look at those transcripts and we look for very specific things, and I can share some of those things with you right now. We look, for example, Does the caller identify the company that they're calling from? Car warranty is a perfect example, and one of the reasons why they're unlawful is because you can't just leave behind pre-recorded audio that says, this is Jerry calling about your car warranty. You have to say this is Ford Motor Company or whomever. You also have to provide a valid telephone number that the called party could use to be able to opt out. These are things that the FTC says in the telemarketing sales rule. And so if those are absent, it's highly likely that one of these analytics engines is going to mark that particular telephone number poorly, and that could be one of the causes why there's adverse call labeling. It could even be blocked for that reason. And so these are the kinds of things that we look at. And I would note here that it's possible that in some cases your calls go through just fine, as evidenced by our dashboard with our testing, because we use a certain call path there. But it's also possible that on another call path, the calls could actually be blocked. We all know with voice over internet protocol that we use this thing called least cost routing, LCR, and based on the types of routing you have in place to make calls go through as efficiently and as cost effective as possible, that there could be a different route from one day to the next, or even one call to the next. So it's possible that a call could go through an intermediate network operator where it's actually blocked on one path, but not on another. So that's the other type of thing that we look for and that we offer on a managed service to our customer, is to let them know if we believe that some of their calls could be blocked on certain paths based on what we see on the analytics. Again, the example I gave is a good one. If the FTC's TSR is not being followed. So I just mentioned one of the types of things that we look at, but we really look at a variety of different behaviors that shape the telephone number reputation. And again, from an analytics engine perspective, there's a lot of things that go into the algorithm that are proprietary, that they just are unable or unwilling to share. But we can look at some things that are relatively deterministic. Some things like DNO I mentioned earlier. So do not originate would be things like, from a big picture perspective, is it an unallocated number? Is it a NAMPA, a North American Number Plan number? It's a legitimate number, but it's been unallocated, meaning that it has not been provided to a carrier. Even once a number is provided to a carrier, perhaps it hasn't been assigned to a subscriber or activated. So these are the kind of things you can look at, as well as common sense things like, is it a malformed number? Is it not 10 digits in the United States? Or is it a number that's not part of the North American Number Plan? Maybe the NPA is 123 and the NXX is 456 or something like that we know is not following the NAMPA numbering plan. So, we look at things like that. We look at things like if it's a call to a honeypot, perhaps it's a call to a honeypot that is associated with a telephone number that has never been assigned. Now, if we see that happen once, perhaps that's just a mistake. And it might not even be the business itself that is at fault here, so to speak. It could be their BPO operation that maybe made a mistake there. And if we see it once, that could be just a one-off. But if we see a pattern there, that could be indicative of a TCPA violation. Is it definitely a TCPA violation? We don't know. And we don't get into things like are you using an auto dialer? The Supreme Court definition of that made that very narrow. So, who knows there? We don't try to guess whether they're doing sequential or random dialing. But again, if we see things like perhaps repeatedly calling honeypots with a never before assigned number, or maybe telephone numbers that are on a do not call list or things like that, from our perspective, what that would prompt us to do is have a conversation with our customer and say, hey, we're seeing this pattern here. You might want to look into this, and then hopefully they take corrective action. If not, then we might need to take other actions. But I'll just go ahead and leave that slide just to say that there's a variety of different things that we look at there. Now, so why is this important? There's a lot of positive benefits for maintaining a good reputation with your telephone number. The obvious one is higher call answer rates. Because if you don't have a high reputation, then again, it's more likely that it's going to be labeled or even worse, blocked. And again, you could have positive labeling happen in some cases where they're also being blocked, and then maybe even vice versa. So that's why it's really important to look at this data. The other reason why it's really important to maintain positive reputation is just simply to stay on the right side of regulations and compliance, and you know, stray away from things like tracebacks. And also, you know, no one ever wants to get a cease and desist letter. Hopefully, you know, things never get to that level if you're a communication service provider. But these are the kind of things that people want to stay on the right side of. So, from a managing number reputation perspective, it really comes down to three things, and this is a bit of a continuum where first you register your number, and then that number is monitored through services like caller ID reputation. And then there's opportunities for management. I talked about some of those management aspects, looking at the data, correlating the data that you get from analytics providers with what you're seeing on the UI side, like how does it appear at the handset, correlating that together to see if it makes sense, see if there's some action that might need to be taken. And the action that is taken when things aren't coming across the way you want them to is remediation. Now, you can either do that on your own, and there's certainly tools and templates available to do that. We make those available to our customers if they want to do that on a DIY basis. But as I alluded to earlier, we actually have a managed service as well to do that on their behalf, because some companies just don't want to deal with that. They don't have the time or the inclination to do that themselves. But again, I refer to this as a continuum because it's a very dynamic thing, managing telephone number reputation. You could be good one day and then bad the next. And again, it's based on the algorithms. It could be anything from calling patterns, like maybe the number wasn't used very much, and then all of a sudden it's used a lot, and that trips a switch, so to speak, and the number goes from positive reputation to not positive. Or I've seen in the past errors that have occurred where it's a perfectly legitimate business operation that just forgot to do something. They forgot to provide their callback number, and then all of a sudden that FTC TSR example I gave becomes an issue. So looking beyond telephone numbers and looking beyond reputation, it's really important to consider business identity as a whole. And this is one of the things that we're looking at increasingly at our company, calling ID reputation. We're looking at what are the types of things that would be a concern from a KYC perspective, from an onboarding perspective. That's actually one of the reasons why we look at D&O, for example, do not originate. I'll give you an example. If a customer or a would-be customer comes to us and they try to register a do not originate number, that's going to cause pause for us, where we're going to have a conversation with them and we're going to say, hey, this number is not an allocated number, or it's not an assigned number. It's on a D&O list. Where'd you get this number? And they might have a good story there. They might have a good reason why to have that number, or maybe not. And so what that might do, depending on how that conversation goes, is make us watch that customer much more closely. Or if we get some sense that they're operating in the gray area, or dark gray area, that maybe we don't want to have them as a customer. And by the way, as an aside, it's very rare that somebody that registers their telephone number with a service like caller ID reputation is going to be an outright scammer. That's extremely rare, because as we know, the dark hats, they don't want to be noticed. They want to fly under the radar. What's much more apt to happen is those light gray to dark gray areas where maybe it's a telemarketing type issue. So business identity is a lot of other things, and one of the things that we keep track of is some of the developments that are going on from an organizational identity perspective. We're all familiar with STIR/SHAKEN as a means of tracking identity at the network and telephone number level, but organizational identity is a new construct, which is keeping track of who owns and controls a telephone number at the business level, at the BPO level. So there's definitely going to be more coming about that, and that'll probably be a future TAD session. But I want to allude to that now because I think that this is something that is important to pay attention to, that we need to focus on more than just the telephone number as a means of vetting the identity of some entity that's going to place a call, and also, quite frankly, providing accountability back to them when things don't go as anticipated. So with identity, there's really three things that we track, and one of them is business identity itself, as I was alluding to just a moment ago, and that's really important from a KYC and onboarding perspective. We also focus on call treatment relative to business identity. You know, if somebody asserts themselves as being a legitimate caller, but how those calls actually come across, and then of course the number reputation that I spoke about earlier. Just to kind of close things out and leave a little bit of time for Q&A. Something else that we're looking at very closely, and some of you may have heard, there's some efforts underway to make branded calling a more robust and inclusive marketplace in the United States, and so Caller ID Reputation is working closely to do our part to make that happen. And one of the things that we feel is really important with that is an audit function, which we would provide as part of that ecosystem. The audit function in this context is if you sign up for branded calling, whether that's branded calling light, which could be just as simple as the calling name, or whether it's full-blown RCD whenever that's available, which would be your logo, your reason for call, et cetera, et cetera. Either way, that audit function provides the ability to see if your calls are actually coming across as intended. If you're paying for branded calling because you want your call answer rates to go up, or whatever reason you have to improve your ROI, you want to make sure that those are actually coming across to the end users as expected. And so that's one of the services that Caller ID Reputation provides, is basically validating that the branded calling is actually happening as planned. So with that, I am going to see if there's any questions that may have popped up, and leave about a minute or two here for some Q&A.
Excellent, thank you so much, Jerry. A quick, obvious question, Jerry. There seems to be a fair bit of overlap between what you're doing and sort of what the TCR is doing. Is there an overlap between a number that is naughty on calling and naughty with SMS?
There is some overlap. Historically speaking, Caller ID Reputation has focused on voice and voice alone, and to be honest, we are in sort of the baby step stages of focusing on what we do for text messaging reputation. So it's a newer area for us. But yes, there is indeed some overlap. Now, D&O is a really good example, for example, because on the text messaging world, as I understand it, you have to register a telephone number as being text messaging origination enabled. Yeah. And by definition, if you don't register it, then it would be a D&O number from an SMS perspective. We don't have quite the same thing on the voice world, but what we do have for D&O is some of the other things I mentioned. Is it an allocated number? Is it a signed number? So there's some overlap there. We do have many of our customers that are asking for both. Many of our existing customers that engage in voice-based campaigns, they also do text messaging, and they ask us, hey, are you going to let us know about the reputation of numbers from a text messaging perspective? And so we are actively and aggressively looking for data partners in that regard to provide that kind of insight to our customers. I think we're going to see more and more of that. So I hope that answers your question.
No, that's good. Any questions from the audience?
Hi Gary, can you see me?
I can just see somebody's shirt right in front of the camera.
It's me. I'm Kalyan. I'm from mytele.com. This company is based in Finland. We have contact center customers who dial across the world. and one of the problem we face is that calling rates are going down, and I feel synced when with your presentation. I feel you probably have some suggestions or directions for me. So help me understand whether this caller ID reputation management is USA focused or global focused.
Well, first of all, nice to meet you. Thank you very much for your question. I really appreciate it. Today, we are primarily US focused in the sense that the device cloud that I was referring to earlier, we have hundreds of telephones with hundreds of real service plans on major carriers and some smaller carriers. So we've got T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, and some others. And by the way, that device cloud is scaling up to thousands of phones and thousands of service plans. So the primary focus today is whether a call originates within the United States or whether it originates outside the United States. The focus today is primarily providing visibility into what happens when a call that is intended to reach a United States telephone number, what happens with that call. We are working to expand to Canada and Mexico and some other countries as well, but primarily we focus on the United States. Again, it's based on, that focus is based on what happens when you're trying to reach a United States telephone number.
Okay.
Does that help answer your question?
Yes. So you are primarily a US based service, and you have also mentioned that it's more relevant when the call also originates with a US number. Am I right?
Correct. So in other words, if your operation, as many CCAS operations, are interested in reaching United States citizens, people that have United States-based numbers, our service would be helpful in that regard because we would be able to let you know when you place a call to these networks, what is the reputation and also how are those calls treated. It could be any number that you use. It could be another United States-based number, or it could be a Canadian-based number, or it could be an Indian-based number, any number. But again, the focus is on you're trying to reach somebody at T-Mobile, or you're trying to reach somebody at Verizon. How is that call treated? How does it appear when you try to reach somebody on Verizon, for example?
Okay, so this part of your answer is very helpful for me because our customers reach the US phones with diverse numbers. Second, you also mentioned that you will remediate, or your company remediates if at all any number is marked as spam or scam or fraud or whatever is it. Now,
correct.
You have mentioned that this remediation, of course, remediation requires interacting with various downstream providers, maybe real number, maybe email, maybe AT&T, maybe T-Mobile. So what is the time span that requires, when you notice something has happened and when you remediate the number?
Well, the time span for remediation being defined as how long does it take to fix something from the time that a request is made or the realization occurs that there is a problem to the time that it's actually fixed. It can vary considerably. In the best cases, it's actually intraday. Within the same day, we can get it fixed. And that would be in cases where that's merited, of course, where we realize that there was definitely an error and we just get it fixed right away. But more typically, I would say within 5 business days is the more typical case. And again, this is based on the diligence that we would do as part of our managed service, where we take a look at the why portion. So that would be looking at the various data that we get from analytics engines, and some of those are event-based and some of those are content-based. The content-based ones, we would be able to see a transcript of what's actually occurred in the form of the pre-recorded audio, if that happens to be the case. And we take sort of a triage approach. We first rule out, is there anything that looks like overt fraud? Things like brand impersonation, for example. Somebody claiming to be a bank, but it's really not a bank. And so registering telephone numbers is really important in that regard, because if telephone numbers are registered, then you know what telephone numbers actually do belong to the bank. And so if you see a different telephone number where they're claiming to be the bank, it's pretty likely that it's brand impersonation, which is a form of fraud. By the way, sometimes we do require vetting there, and that could cause a delay where we need to actually reach out to the bank and see, is this your legitimate campaign, or is it somebody that's trying to defraud your customers? So that's the first thing we look at, is there outright fraud in the form of impersonation, things like that. We also then look at other unlawful things. If it's not fraud, then we look for, do we think there's a TCPA violation? Do we think that maybe they've, from a telemarketing perspective, they're not following telemarketing sales rules? So if we can rule out those things, then we can discern, well, maybe it's just considered spammy because of crowdsourced feedback. So that's the kind of process that we follow. And if we get to the point where we're confident that mislabeling has occurred, that gives us a lot of ability to go back to the analytics engines, First Orion High and TNS, for example, and get things changed and get them fixed very expeditiously.
I have the last question.
No, I'm afraid. I'll introduce the two of you.
Okay.
I can have a chat.
Sure.
Okay?
And now I'm passing it on to Alan.
That was great, Jerry. I'm sure we do have quite a few more questions, but I'll provide some introductions so you can take that off on one-on-one discussions, okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you. I know I went over. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Again, thank you so much, Jerry. Great presentation. Paul, I think you're up next.
Will I take this as a microphone? You can take this if you like. Whichever you prefer. I'll spin that around so I can click it. Yep. Let me just. Clicker. I'm just thinking, where did I leave it? There you go. Does feel like an ancient technology. Nope, not working. I think that is going to be the best thing.
No, that's good. How you doing, everyone? I'll just get myself set up here. Okay, so I came here to talk about from communications to conversations, because I think this is the big leap that we're making at the moment. And so some of you might remember this. It was a little piece of genius of its time. You could talk anywhere, it would understand what you were saying, it would do things for you. It became very good at being an instructable. You could tell it things, it was a great input device. But what it turned out to not be very good at is having conversations. It could never hold context. There was a thing called long-term, short-term memory. So if you told it something a while ago, it wouldn't really remember. And it was really difficult to figure out, if you were come to France, you had one of these on the table and you go, hey, what train is leaving from here, or how do I get back to the airport? You would have no idea what you're talking about. So it was very hard to discover your local French service. And so this thing came along, ChatGPT, and I like to think about this as being kind of a precursor to this, which is everyone has a plan until they get a punch in the face. Mike Tyson, right? So you've got all these great plans about how you're going to use all these AI technologies. ChatGPT comes along, gives you a good kick in the nonies, as we say in Ireland, and all of a sudden you are in a new plan. You've got to change an awful lot of things to start working. So you might have seen this. I literally picked this at random from the internet as an example of an interface where you've just been in a meeting, you've asked, hey, I'm in a sales meeting, what likely objections am I going to get in this sales meeting? And it's very handily giving you a couple of things to be concerned about. You might raise them during your conversation. Very easy to see that this might now get populated by, a picture of the product you're trying to sell, or maybe the part of the contract that someone is interested in. But fundamentally, this is a new UI. Okay? There's no drop boxes. There's no kind of pictures that you're going to manipulate around flowcharts. This is a new UI. So this is why it's called Netscape Moment for AI. And one of the things I'd like to draw your attention to is that at the top here, this here is the example of moving into it's not a new web store, it's a new API. So it's calling up a new service. So now you're calling services into this new UI, and that's going to get very exciting. So what we're saying is that conversational AI, although it's had a couple of misstarts, a couple of mis kind of firings, it's directionally correct. So when you see that people were so willing to use the Amazon device on their desktop, they were so willing to engage with it, everyone really wanted it to work. And what that showed is that people want a new way of interacting with technology. We were just a little bit behind in our capability of delivering it. Now, forgive me for the size of this, but so what we're, the kind of grand kind of narrative here is we're moving from just connecting the channels to connecting what's happening in the channels. So if you're in a Zoom meeting and you're getting your to-dos, or you said you do that, or what documents are we referring to, or can you book that meeting, the AI is picking that out of the conversation and pushing it through other channels. Now we're connecting to what's happening in the conversations. So anything that you're able to learn from a conversation or pick out of a conversation, that's going to have second and third order effects. So, for instance, the one I like is, you're in all these conversations over your Zoom, your company's all working through Zoom, right? Why are all the meetings with Paul, where Paul is the chair of that meeting, just marked a little bit lower by everybody? How come Dan doesn't speak as much in meetings that Paul is chairing? How come it's my voice that takes up 30% of every meeting time? So these are all analytics that are going to become available to us, and we're not fully aware yet of how that's going to pan out, what the next order effects of that are, but they're going to be very big effects, in my opinion. So the second thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that LLMs, for all the talk of what they can do and what they can't do, they're really good disambiguators. They're really good at figuring out what is this conversation about. And that was the big problem at the front of your Amazon device. It couldn't figure out what this was about. Now there's follow-on things from that, but that's one job it's doing really, really well. And then there was that discovery process we had. Remember, we couldn't find that French railway. LLMs are going to be really good at discovering third-party services. They're going to get really good at it. Now, I don't know how it's going to pan out, but I feel like it's going to be something like approved LLMs, like things that approved services that you can pull and call up. There'll be ones that are discoverable, but I think there'll be another category, which is ones that are made up on the fly. I think there'll be dynamic integrations that occur through LLMs. And that's both really, really interesting and really, really kind of scary at the end of the day. The example I gave there, and even like in a week that this slide has been worked on, text first, right? That was the slide. So in the week that's just gone by, we've all had updates pushed to our chat GPTs, and now we're able to take pictures, upload pictures. So you can point a picture at a puzzle and say, how do I solve this? You could take a picture of a game and go, what's my best next move? And it will tell you. So it's more than just I think visual, what's this object? Can you describe them in a video feed? I think a lot more is going to happen from that. And something's happening here about the search query. So we were kind of dealing in, like, I'd like to find this. But what if your description was, hey, I'm going to Paris, I'm arriving on this date, I'd kind of like to see the following things. Can you organize a schedule for me? I'd also like to see some interesting things. I'll leave it up to you. And it generates a prompt chain and pushes through various services. That prompt chain is now the thing that's getting, that prompt and prompt chain is what's getting pushed through a series of technologies and services. And so what's, I think another kind of thesis here is the intelligent assistant becomes the kind of core interface for it. That's how we experience the next UX. So we're all sitting in our jobs. Every single person in the organization will have some form of co-pilot. Now, it was really interesting this morning. There was a couple of things that, and I'll kind of reach them later on, but I think co-pilots are important. So one of the kind of core parts of this infrastructure architecture is that, you know, your NLU is picking out intents, it's trying to figure out what's going on. Your large language model might be picking out things like best reply or best text to reply with, and you have a dialogue manager of some sort, which is a rules engine. You work all these three together to kind of keep the LLM in control, but you don't kind of let it go free. Not in the enterprise, you just have to have some form of control. And so one of the things I said at the end of the panel last time was, earlier in the day, was that I believe that custom LLMs are going to be the thing. So every company will have an LLM. It'll be a custom LLM. It'll be trained on the conversations that happen in their organization. They'll host it themselves somewhere. It'll be their data. And all the other data that's in relation to those meetings gets pulled into the LLM. So you can tell, hey, what kind of documents does Paul tend to refer to? What kind of topics and conversation does Paul refer to? All these things are going to be mapped. And so there's a little bit more to the diagram that gets added. You've got all the channels added, and then you've got all your knowledge bases in the company added. It's a little bit more complexity. Uh-oh. I'm not technical. I feel a bit lost. I've got a vector database. I've got storage. I've got microservices. I've got more than one model. I've got many models. Oh my God, I've got to call up all the different models. I now need some form of ML ops, LLM ops. These are large language model ops and machine learning ops, and all these have to work together. Okay, I can deal with that. Now I'm in the enterprise. I need reporting on all this stuff. What's happening in those apps? Are they delivering meetings, sales? Oh my God, I don't know what's happening. It's got to be populated on the front end, so how's it showing up for the user? Like the co-pilot, it's got to be brought into that. It's got to have full security all the way down, like all the way down, all the way through the models, all the way through all the versioning, yada yada, right, all the way at the end. I put full administration on all of that. I need full auditing on all of that. I also need a whole set of tools to help me navigate and work through all that. Point being, this is not easy, okay? To do this and harness this stuff, I was saying this gets complicated. And you might see this at the front end as, oh, that's a really nice summary the agent's getting. Well, that's a really nice summary of the meeting. That's kind of useful. You just built all of that to deliver a summary. You're out of your mind. Right? So there's a little bit of complexity going on here, but you need a vision of how everything changes if you can do all this stuff. And I know there's a lot of people here from telco and CPaaS, so there's a kind of point to this. Smarter people in my had a much simpler diagram. I just wanted to say, people who actually know what they're talking about can really make it simple. The practical way of making it work, though, that's a lot more complicated. Now, Webby Webio, if you've looked us up somewhere, you'll know that we've won a lot of awards for AI ethics, best use of customer service, best use of AI in customer service, best use of technology in the field we're in. We're very narrow in what we've done, but we've learned some things. So I'm just going to go through the learnings, because that's hopefully what we're here today. So information is matched, interactions are enabled, and then transactions are made. So if I say, when is my next bill due? And I go, oh, it's the end of the week. Okay, I need to look that up in your account, so I need to open your account. So that's an account-based interaction, that's an authorization. I might need to talk to someone about that for a second, and then I might need to just change my card or change the account that I'm going to pay that money out of. I've got to transact. If that really happens easily, I go, that was all kind of neat. But actually, you need access to a lot of different systems for that simple conversation to happen, and that's not easy. But you need all of that in place to release the value. The LLMs, we believe, ultimately, they're all going to be open source models that you need to just be able to customize them and train them. And it's not one LLM, it's going to be lots of them. So part of the architecture is you need to have that large language model ops. You need to be able to track your model accuracy, your intent fit, the outcomes they're having, and be able to train all your language models so that you've custom data and custom inputs. Because people call things different things in different contexts. And you basically need to have your own models, right? Because you've seen now on the diagram all the things that have to happen, how you're traveling through a whole architecture, that journey has to be really, really fast, because the one thing users won't put up with is latency. So if you're in a conversation and it doesn't pop up straight away with, this is what's going on, this is what you should do, these are things what they're concerned about, that doesn't happen like pretty nearly instantly. The user experience is such that they just turn it off, they just won't use it. And you'll find if you haven't architected it correctly as well, watch your Amazon bills go through the roof and Jeff Bezos buy another boat. So how it scales is going to be really important. So you have to build as if you're going to win. That's what you have to do, and that's why you put in all the time and effort to build your microservices infrastructure. Some of the problems that you see again in real life, going to companies and talk up this big game, right? Yeah, but we don't have an API for that, and we don't have access to the people who do the API. We do have an API, but we'll be 7 months before we get to this project, so take a seat. So while you might be ready to go, customers are inevitably not ready with their data, and you need to plan for how you're going to deal with that. The joke relating to the earlier part of the day about the carriers and their big, huge Excel sheets, that's everywhere. Right? Excel sheets are everywhere, so you have to learn how to deal with them. Everyone's talking about that great prompt building, like chain of thought, chain of verification, chain of this, chain of that, tree of this, tree of that. Every week, every month, there's some new way of building prompts and changing prompts, and so you need some way of managing for that into the future. But results vary on all these prompts with all these models. And what customers like in many contexts is consistency. So I think that the trick with generative AI is to remember the generative part. It's great at generating options. It's not great for transactions. It might not even be great for interactions. Co-pilots are great experiences, but what I'm hearing is a lot of the co-pilots are pretty generic. And so someone mentioned earlier on today that, I think it was yourself there, about people going, no, we're going to turn this off. I don't like all my data going through to this other company, like to this extent. But they're also not that useful when they're so generic. So I think the closer you're aligned to the person's role and you understand the jobs they're trying to do and how you can help them do that specific job, the more chance you have of kind of staying there. We know that they're great for copy generation, summarization, labeling, intent routing. These things are pretty well deliverable today. You just got to do a decent enough job. But I think that the difference is at the enterprise level is even if they're really great at doing this, companies want oversight. So they want to be able to go, An agent has to review it, then send it. I don't want this heading through a generative AI and then being automatically sent. I'm happy to save agent time, but I don't want this going out unviewed. And I think again, mentioned earlier, privacy. Like if you ask why enterprises aren't grabbing all this stuff and throwing it everywhere, it's because I don't want my data going everywhere. So I don't know where this is going. I don't know what. I think the phrase in the industry is orthogonal. Like what else are they doing with my data, right? So I'll click on. So here's some further questions. I'm just going to check my time here. So here's some other questions. These are just further questions about the industry. They're kind of open. So voice interaction is still has been to date instruction based. Like turn off the lights, can you do this, transcribe that. It hasn't been great at the interaction, the voice, the turns in conversation. It hasn't been really great at that. So my tip is keep an eye on the ChatGPT app and how much or how many people use that app consistently in voice mode as opposed to text mode. And I think that's going to be a really early indication as to whether people are going to go this voice chat way. AI behind the IVRs should work. It's a really great positioning. I think it blows the hell out of everything that should be there. Not getting adopted. I'm not seeing it anywhere. It should work. It's a really good technology, but I'm just not seeing it happen. So if anyone's coming around going, this is going to be driving IVRs, it's a really good story. I'd love to hear more. If anyone has success stories, I'm all ears. The other thing I'm hearing from just people that are trying to do voice conversational IVR stuff is it isn't driving down their overall call volumes. They still have huge call volumes to deal with. So its core case isn't working right now. And this is just kind of a caveat. Just keep your eye on it because we can fall prey to what happens in the media and what's being said, but I'm just not seeing it in practice. However, voice data carries 10x richness. It has so much more in the voice pattern itself than just the words you're saying. And with that comes the ability to know that when someone goes, can you pay that by Friday? And they go, absolutely, I'm totally on board with doing that. And you go, ooh, they're never paying that. Yeah, that's never happening. If you say to somebody, are you turning up for drinks tonight? Yeah, I'll probably be there. You go, yeah, I'll probably be there, correct. But pause, less than 5 seconds, or 0.5 a second, that's a no. Right? I'm not turning up later on. And it gets even more complicated in dialogue analysis, because it's probably the same in your country, but in Ireland, if you go, are you up to anything on Friday night? You go, yeah, I'm going out with my wife and we're having dinner. Oh, that'll be lovely. That's a preemptive, because I don't want you asking me to go out on Friday night. I'm not going out drinking with you. You know what happened last time I got this haircut. All right, we're not going again. So language is hard, but if you can unlock it, it's got 10x the data potential. The opposite, of course, is that I do think that voice is going to be used very negatively. So voice cloning is very fast, very accurate. It works, right? So now all you're seeing is the situations where someone's managed to get your daughter's voice message, and they've said, oh, great. Hey, Dad, I'm locked out. Can you send me some money so I can get a cab home? And you go, oh, yeah, sure, honey. And there's the money, right? So you're going to see a lot of social cloning, a lot of fraud issues. I do think it'll be great for avatar experiences and people saying, hey, let's be in a movie together and let's make this a digital avatar and it'll use my voice and your voice and it'll use the script from the movie that we love. There'll be loads of entertainment experiences, but I'm just a little bit soft at the moment on enterprise. I think conversation is a natural match with the metaverse stuff. It is a natural match for AI, VR, made for one another. So I expect to see a lot of things happen in the entertainment business, but from my experience to date, nobody does customer service in the metaverse. That's my quote on that one. And so my CPAS provocations. Personal assistant, if you believe the personal assistant or the co-pilot is the interface of the future, what does that change for your company? I'd stick it up on a wall and I'd say, what if? And I'd have a plan for thinking about it. Because I don't know how many people are actually thinking about it really, how disruptive it could be. Communications data, what we're saying in a conversation, and our knowledge bases are both required to drive deeply personal interactions. You need access to both. And so my unpopular opinion today is I think one of the few companies that has the assets in place to do that is Twilio, because they made a massive investment in Segment and they've got a lot of data assets in their business. So I think they actually could do something in that space. And again, this is almost like once you're looking at LLMs and what's happening in a conversation and what the outcome of a conversation is, all that is data. So pretty much you're in another form of data business from here on in. It's just more complicated, more sophisticated. And the blocker is when you're looking at companies at scale and you're a platform, the same old problem's been there that's always been there, which is you don't understand that company to the depth and detail that you need to be able to actually craft solutions for them. So customer intimacy is, if you don't have customer intimacy with an enterprise, you don't understand like what they're trying to achieve, what their challenges are, I would say that CPaaS companies are actually poorly placed to implement at that scale. They might be able to do it with smaller companies, but I don't think they'll do it at scale companies. I think we raised this before, but like the kind of platform that we saw, the kind of end-to-end journeys that you need to be able to architect, how are you positioned to do that at scale with the sort of company that you have? What we've seen so far is many of the companies, to really get that experience, to get the good customer experience, you really need to understand those companies and also the workflows that they have. And once you understand those workflows, then you understand what other softwares you need to integrate with so that you can deliver that conversation. And what you'll find is that you're going to see industry after industry verticalizing. They'll have more and more verticals with specialist solutions. So the question might be, where do you partner with whom and for what reason? So strong partnering strategy is probably required. And so in the section I will now call Insider News, put a little beep 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 news flash here at the bottom. It's just I'm sharing it because I'm kind of pretty deeply embedded in the conversational industry. Nobody's getting automated out of a job, right? Again, the headlines, going to lose millions of jobs, da 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 da. Haven't seen one instance of it yet in my experience. What's happened is, yeah, we've automated all that, and now we have time to do that other stuff that we haven't done. And the other stuff we haven't even done, we spend time on the stuff we didn't even know we had to do, because it didn't even enter our to-do funnel, because we're too busy doing the basic stuff. And I'll give you just a quick example. If you're in a large company and you're doing credit collections work like we do, right? It's like, when's the next payment? Okay, let's see if we can organize something, da 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 da. This is all agent time that you're taking up. And what if you got to the space where you were able to say, well, they're getting serviced with that standard stuff, but somebody said a couple of things in the conversation that leads us to think, this person may be vulnerable at this point in time. Like, my daughter is usually here minding me, and because I'm vision impaired, I'm finding it very difficult to do, oh, 1 second, vision impaired, da da da, left alone. Get this person in front of an agent. And now the agent is there saying, okay, why was your daughter leaving you alone? Oh, she's left, we had an argument. Oh, Christ, this person's really vulnerable now, right? I'd never have known that if I hadn't a person talking to another person. And now they're able to spend the time with that customer to find out everything about their messy lives. Our lives are messy. And you need people to do that discovery process. So, no one's losing their job. And the focus is that old-fashioned, and probably old-fashioned at this stage, jobs to be done, everyone's kind of heard of jobs to be done, right? Focus on what the job to be done is for the people that you're providing your service for, and then figure out how your AI is going to help them do that. And that will really keep you focused. You heard that all these deals with the large models, they're doing the deals with the large vendors like Amazon and Azure. Why? It's because the storage costs are so massive, the processing costs are so massive, and you're being charged for that capability. And my provocation is, I think there's something in that. Whoever's storing your data at the enterprise, whoever's storing that data, you need to have your conversations, etc. That's going to be chargeable, and it'll be chargeable at least on the basis of processing and storage that you have to provide as a service provider. LLMs need zero latency. You absolutely cannot deliver this stuff with no with latency in the architecture. Voice LLMs are hard. That's why they're not working right now. Again, I'm not seeing it. If someone has seen it differently, please come up to me. But they're hard. My provocation is they won't always be. And when they're solved, they will be extremely profitable because of the 10x information that's contained in that data, right? That means when that lock occurs, it will be huge, but it's still difficult to do. But because it's difficult to do, it will be profitable. Things that are easy to do are commoditized. So there's something in that. I'm not saying how to solve it, I'm just saying there's something in that. And the other thing I would say is automate the entire process. If you want to deliver value for a customer, say, I'm going to automate that entire thing for you. Not bits of it, not little bit, not little bit. Figure out how to automate the whole thing, and then they'll figure out, oh, I can get rid of that whole thing, you know? That whole thing cost me X. You're charging me Y. This makes sense. So figure out a whole process that you can automate. And here's my super, what? Well, it's perfectly legible. It's a super prompt that you can put into ChatGPT-4 to learn how to disrupt Twilio. I thought that was perfectly obvious what I was doing here. So, I'll have bad news. You're not needed. I have a super prompt. It will do all the work for you, okay? So there's been a bit of a joke here at the end, but however, this is how people are interacting with their systems and figuring out how to think differently. It's like, I want you to think in steps. I want you to act as, take all of Alan's blog posts, think about the mindset that's involved there. I want you to create an argument with Paul about all the stuff he's written. I want you to have a negotiation. I want someone else to come in and summate it. And then I want you to put that as a series of questions to everything that Jeff Lawson has said on his Twilio transcripts. And I want you to tell me why that might work. And that's a really interesting exercise for an analyst to do, because it gives you, oh, hold a second, there's vulnerabilities here. Actually, they're not good at this. Actually, there is another thing that can be done. And this is where generative conversational AI really opens up opportunities. It gets you into other mental models. So, my little takeaways, I'm on the 30 minutes. Customer service, as you can probably tell, is getting disrupted. Most definitely, this isn't even a question, it's getting disrupted. Conversations are what contain all the events and data that you need to do that, but getting that information is going to be hard. But internal enterprise silos will always remain, because you're trying to get that information to fulfill those particular conversations, and so those co-pilots need that information to work, so it's still going to be a little bit difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
That was excellent.
And on time.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions for Paul?
How many tokens is your super prompt?
You can ask my super prompt.
I actually don't think it can do that. So, do you have an idea? Is there any context left for the answer?
I have no idea how many tokens, but I do know it works.
Okay, good.
That'll be an interesting answer. With that, just to keep us on time, again, Paul, excellent presentation. Thank you so much. So let me just get the Zoom fired up for the next session, and for the panelists for the last. I'm not going to bother doing that. Is Twilio the canary in the thing, just to finish us off early because it's been a long day. I'm just doing my quick summation, so it saves us time and effort. Can't deny that. Okay. Let me just get Zoom fired up. Hey again, how are you?
Hey Alan, good to see you.
Right, let me get you pointed towards the audience so you know there are live humans, there's no bots. There you go. So I'm just going to hand straight over to you so we can wrap things up. Okay, so just over to you, Ken.
Great, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Ken Herron. I'm UIB's Chief Growth Officer. And with me today is Celio Arias, who is the CEO and co-founder of Pike. So Kenneth, would you like to share your screen with us? Flip up the slides. Okay, we're talking to you about USSD, specifically how we are using USSD to reach the underserved with conversational AI and generative AI platforms like ChatGPT. Next slide. So what is USSD? It may have been a while since anyone has spoken to you about that, or has thought about it. As you know, it is unstructured supplementary service data, USSD. It's a GSM, Global System for Mobile Communications Protocol, and it is used for session-based texting. Next slide. How many people use USSD? This may surprise you. In 2022, over 3.5 billion with a B people use USSD. Over 94% of Africa's digital financial transactions are done over USSD, and offline payments for almost every bank in India are done over USSD. WhatsApp is a popular channel. Many people think that that's the world's leading messaging channel. For comparison, just 2 billion people in 2022 use WhatsApp. Next slide. So the benefits to USSD: no internet connection, no mobile data, works everywhere, works with all mobile phones, and it's 7 times faster than SMS. It's also cheap. That matters to a lot of us. Next slide. And with Pike and UIB, USSD now works with conversational and generative AI platforms, including ChatGPT. Next slide. This is what you've all been looking for. We're going to share a live healthcare demo, and this is a demo for the National Hospital of Wuhan in Nigeria, and this is the health advisor. Celia, turning it over to you.
Thank you, Ken. A bit of context about Abuja. As you may know, 4 million people. There's 87 healthcare clinics. And why we're hoping to deliver AI, and I know several of the conversations have been somehow related to AI. Why we're hoping to deliver AI through USSD is because we believe that currently, and sorry if I step on anybody's toes by saying this, currently AI is targeting those of us that are already in a good position. We got a good internet connection, we got smartphone, we got a laptop, so we're doing good, relatively speaking, and AI is helping us be a bit more efficient, or maybe a lot more efficient it's taking us from a good situation to a better one, if we're using it wisely. What we're trying to do with USSD is deliver AI to those in very complex, very complicated situations, right? So imagine you're needing some health assistance, you don't know exactly what, you'll see this in the demo here shortly. And you have options, right? 87 clinics in Abuja sounds like a lot, but the average wait time, in particular for the National Hospital of Abuja, is close to 3 hours. So you have to get out of your way for 3 hours if, for example, you've been having stomachache for a while, which is the demo that we're going to show here shortly. I hope none of you are suffering from that after a good lunch. And yeah, what options do you have, right? Is there customer care to call? Yeah, not likely, right? And even if it is healthcare over phone, you're going to have to wait some time. So with USSD in here, we can go to the demo, please, Kenneth. What we can offer is initially, and we're hoping to launch this here next month in Nigeria, with all 4 major telco operators, right? MTN, Airtel, Globe, 9Mobile, through a customer of ours in Nigeria. And this is the initial use case that we're hoping to launch. One hospital, the biggest hospital of the national capital. You know, Lagos is 4 times bigger, but you know, Abuja is indeed the capital. So we're hoping to start with this and spread it throughout Nigeria, and then think of countries like El Salvador, where I'm in, like Honduras, where I'm from, other countries in Africa where dire needs of good healthcare, good financial systems, good educational support. The use cases are multiple. We're focusing on one because it's the real one that's coming up. Think of India, think of any country that is highly populated, highly underserved, which is who we're targeting here, the underserved. And so we're going to dial quick code. As you know, nothing special here about USSD. It's been around since the late 90s. It's been a while, and AI has multiple use cases. The interesting thing about this is the marriage of these 2 technologies from very different eras, if you will. So you dial a quick code. This is initially free. It's a service that is hoping to launch free. It will launch free. And you're given an option, right? You're given an option to ask a health question, right? Which is what we're going to do on this demo. Later on, you can also book an appointment. You can find the nearest health clinic. You can even call an emergency number, because if you have an emergency, you don't have data connection. You may not even have airtime balance, which, as you may know, in most of the countries that we're targeting here are heavily prepaid, so there's no plan that you can just pick up the phone and call. You have to first top up. We can generate an emergency call from a free USSD session. Okay, so for this demo, we're going to ask a question. It's going to be an open question. This is the U of the USSD. It's an unstructured question that is going to be sent, in this case, to ChatGPT through UIB. It can be through multiple chatbots, conversational, generative. So we're not advocating for anyone in particular. We're conveying a use case that can work with any generative, in this case, AI. So Kenneth, if you can go ahead, type a question related to health, you know, common causes of stomachache, maybe, good starting point. We're going to get an answer here. And yeah, listed very conveniently, as you may know, USSD has a character limitation, so we need to stay within it. So there's some post-processing of a response that we do, and we make sure that we capture relevant words and keep it digestible, pun intended. Here we got indigestion, gastritis, blah, blah, blah. So let's ask another question. Maybe we don't know much about gastritis. Sounds like something that we should know about. So let's go ahead and ask that. Here again, open question, right? This is the unstructured part. We don't know what it's going to be asked for these open questions. So now we get more information, right? And now we're starting to think, okay, maybe this is not something that I should keep living with. So let me book an appointment, right? And let me proceed with that so that my wait while it may still be 3 hours in this case, at least I know when it's going to be and when my 3 hours are going to be indeed that, and not up to 7 hours that's been documented that some people wait in the Abuja National Hospital. Right? And then, for those of you familiar with USSD, you go through a series of predetermined questions. So here, Kenneth, real quick, decided a day, decided a good time. He's going to input his phone number as a reference. He's going to be asked, and now for an insurance number, which may or may not be relevant for some markets, but for the sake of this demo, we have information that we can continue asking after the open questions. Right? And then finally, we get a confirmation, SMS in this case. We're not going to show it on screen, but with that, the intent is, with that confirmation, you go to your appointment on the day that you selected, at the time that you selected, and then you go through a wait that is already outside of the digital world, but at least you know where you're heading, and the people that are going to tend to you know what is going on with you. So we save valuable time. And to, again, reinforce this, also gives us the ability to, if it gets to that, call an emergency number, right? So that's the long and the short of what we wanted to show you today. Essentially, going back to what I said already, USSD has been around for ages, right? There's nothing really innovative about the technology itself. What's innovative is that there is a use case that using a very popular latest technology, if you will, in AI, in this case, ChatGPT, good buzzword. If we're thinking commercially, it can be delivered to those that are most in need of this, not to those of us in a nice hotel in Paris or a nice house here in El Salvador or sitting in the US as Canada, but those that really need it most. That is what we're showing today. Hope you heard me well. Should have asked that earlier.
No, you came through loud and clear. Thank you so much, Salio and Ken. So, round of applause for the guys, please. Do we have any questions?
Hi, it was a great presentation. What about the service discovery? Sometimes the problem, right, they may not be aware of this thing existing, so how do you solve this problem?
Yeah, indeed, good question. In this case, we're going to get major help from the government itself. National Hospital of Abuja is government run. So there's going to be a communication plan for them. It's our customer in this case that is negotiating that, if you will. There's no negotiation, it's really a collaboration to make this well known. So what we know on our side is there's going to be an SMS campaign, a broadcast campaign, if you will, letting the community know that this service is available.
And then related to that, what's the hospital's motivation for this service?
Right, so the long queues today that they're dealing with, right? I'm giving you the number again. It's a 3-hour average wait, documented up to 7 hours in the cases that people decided to wait that long. I'm sure there's cases in which people just decide to leave. So they're trying to get a bit organized, right? There's a need for health care. That need, if we can somehow distribute it over a good working week, then these waits may come down.
Gotcha. Understood. Anything else from the audience for Kent or Celio? Okay, we're done. That was excellent. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to stop the live stream because I want to share, because I'm just going to quickly, actually, let me just summarize the, rather than do the panel, because I'm sure I can sense, we're getting tired. We want to know where we're going to be able to get some drinks and some food. So I want to run through that. But just quickly, is Twilio the canary in the coal mine? No, it's not. It's in a unique position in the North American market. They invested $750 million for a stake in Cineverse, which of course gives it unique access to the carriers in North America. So actually, they're almost like a DCA without being a DCA. So for North America, they're in a relatively easy position. And also, there are 80% of the 10 DLC market. So they're able to get discounts on all those fees that we were talking about with the TCR fees that they get from other carriers. I mean, they do have direct binds as well, because they paid, I think it was $750 for ZipWhip, which had those direct connections for 1-800. Of course, that's all changing. So they're not in a tough position. But even so, in their latest, in their advisory for the latest quarterly results, they did make a point of saying that the TCR is having a material impact on the traffic, as you've got to go through these registration processes, which have, in some cases, a 70% failure rate. Yeah, because we've already talked about the failure of the TCR as a control. You saw from caller ID reputation, even making a phone call to what could be your existing customer can be quite difficult because of all the reputation scoring. And again, there's analytic engines in there that will help solve the problems that you're seeing with your call's reputation. Oh, it's only a $40,000 fee per month. So again, yeah, that was actually an FCC filing by one of the companies that Johnny mentioned earlier. So there's all these middlemen being put in there that are making calling, texting your customers more and more difficult. And why is it happening? Well, it comes back to that graph I showed you. Basically, the ecosystem got jealous of the valuations that Twilio were getting, and it's looking at basically monetizing this existing business. It's back to that point I made at the start, is as the business matures, the companies that you're dependent on, whether it's Microsoft or whether it's the carriers and all the little monopolies underneath, start to squeeze the ecosystem. So that has an impact, because the North American market is over 50% of the programmable comms business. There's no way around it. I mean, it started in North America. The pricing once upon a time of SES was actually quite low. So it's a tough position we're facing in the programmable comms market. So Twilio isn't the coal mine. Twilio isn't the canary in the coal mine. I think everybody that isn't Twilio is going to find themselves the canary. There's going to be a squeeze. We are going to be seeing, I think, in 2024, a number of bankruptcies being reported. This season, October, is when boards meet to discuss the 2024 financial plans. And I can tell you, there's a lot of board meetings that are getting extended by day as they try and process, okay, how do we basically manage the situation that we're in? But that comes back to why I still maintain, for all the companies here, it's all those being fleet of foot, owning a technology, all those core advantages mean we will survive through. But for those that are of a size where too big to change, notionally too big to fail, we might see a few of those coming through next year. And that's really good news, because that means there's going to be a lot of shifts, a lot of change in the market. So very much, we are going to see some bankruptcies, but I think it's going to be really interesting for all those companies with smaller offers that it enables you to take advantage of the shift. And it's back to what Johnny was saying. It's like, come on guys, look at North America. They just throw money at you and there's no law, So it's how you take advantage of that situation. So that's all I wanted to say in sort of wrapping up the canary in the coal mine, so that we can get things wrapped up here. I'm just going to switch off the live stream, and I'm going to share the details for where we're going to at 7 p.m. get some food and some drinks. Okay, so just bear with me 1 second while I stop anybody off the street walking in to our bar. All right.